Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Councilman Billingsley Aquatic Center here on the campus of Indiana University in Bloomington, as the Indiana Swimming YouTube channel presents coverage of Sunday prelims here at the 2025 Indiana Swimming Senior Long Course Championships, sponsored by Speedo. I'm Eric Eaton, and I'll be joined by the Executive Director of Indiana Swimming, Tony Young, as we get the final day of competition underway here shortly for this meet. It was a 5-day meet, started on Wednesday, and it'll wrap up today here on Sunday, later this evening with Sunday prelims. Let's set the order of events for you here on this Sunday morning. For the Sunday prelims, we'll start with event 37, the women's 200 IM prelims. That'll be followed with event 38, the men's 200 IM prelims. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume swimming with event 41, the women's 100-meter freestyle prelims, and event 42, the men in the 100-meter freestyle prelim. We'll take another 10-minute break, and then we'll have a time final. It's a relay. The women in the event 43, the 400 medley relay. That'll be followed by the men in the same event, the 400 medley relay, a time final. Another 10-minute break, and then we'll have two more time final events. Start with event 39, the women's 800 freestyle. 800-meter freestyle time final. Fastest seated heat of that, by the way, will swim with finals tonight. And then we'll wrap it up this morning with event 40, the men's 800 freestyle time final. Again, the fastest seated heat swimming with finals tonight. Let's get you up to date on team scores coming into this final day of competition. Combined team scores, both the women and men combined. Carmel Swim Club on top right now with 2,107.5 points. Second place, Indiana Swim Club, 1,796.5 points. Third place, Fort Wayne Swim Team, 1,482 points. Fourth place, Southeastern Swim Club, 1,132 points. Fifth place, Zionsville Swim Club. They have 1,084.5 points. Sixth place, Jaguar Aquatics, 991 points. Seventh place, Munster Swim Club, 788 points. Eighth place, Center Grove Aquatic Club with 452 points. In ninth place, Franklin Regional, 426 points. And in 10th place, Wind Tidal Wave, 410 points. Men's scores. First place right now, heading into event 32, Carmel Swim Club, 1,225.5 points on top, followed by the Indiana Swim Club, 1,067.5 points. Third place, Jaguar Aquatics, 959 points. Fourth place, Fort Wayne, 649 points. Fifth place, Zionsville, 648 points. Sixth place, Southeastern Swim Club, 376 points. Seventh place, Center Grove Aquatic, 300 points. Eighth place, Valparaiso Swim Club, 291 points. Ninth place, Boilermaker Aquatics, 290 points. And in 10th place, Munster Swim Club, 287.5 points. Women's team scores. Carmel leads it right now with 882 points, followed closely by Fort Wayne, 833 points. Third place, Southeastern Swim Club, 756 points. Fourth place, Indiana Swim Club, 729 points. Fifth place, Munster Swim Club, 500.5 points. Sixth place, Zionsville Swim Club, 436.5 points. Seventh place, Duneland, 309 points. Eighth place, Concord, 306 points. Ninth place, Irish Aquatics, 266 points. And 10th place, Franklin Regional with 257 points. So we're going to get the competition underway here momentarily. Event 37, the women's 200-meter IM preliminary swims with heat 1 of 8 prelims. And Tony, looking at those team scores, we've got some close battles, particularly in the women's competition.
Well, we don't score any points in the morning.
Right, but there will be some time finals later.
So that's what they're doing is now they're setting themselves up. Even for the 800 freestyle, that top 8 swims don't swim until this evening. So medley relay is the only points going to be scored. But to your point, double the points, right?
Yep. Here we go with event 37, the women's 200-meter IM prelim swim. Heat 1, lane 1 will be Campbell Ayersman, 16-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 2, Dusty Robinson, 17-year-old from Sugar Creek Swim Club. Lane 3, Hadley Royer, 16-year-old from Franklin Regional Swim Team. Lane 4 will be Marin Anderson, 16-year-old from the Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 5, Ava Lux, 17-year-old from Michiana Marlin Swim Club. Lane 6, Molly Sincroft, 15-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. And in lane 7, Raya Ruggenstein, 16-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 1 at the top of your screen, lane 8 at the bottom of your screen here at Councilman Billingsley Aquatic Center. The 200 IM butterfly leg is complete. Going to swim 50 meters of each stroke. Athletes transition into backstroke right now. Looks like lane 1, Airsman from Cinder Grove got a pretty good start and maybe increasing her lead a little bit on the backstroke leg.
200 IM, we've been watching 400 individual medleys for the past 2 days. 200 IM is a little quicker paced, a little bit more effort put into the backstroke leg, staying competitive in the middle of the race. The transition from backstroke to breaststroke is oh so important here. Let's watch how quickly they get off the walls.
It's like lane 6 might be taking over the lead here. Sincroft coming into the transition to breaststroke. Does the back to breaststroke flip turn and now starts the breaststroke. 1 length of breaststroke here, so less time for the breaststroke specialist to make a move in the 200 IM as opposed to the 400 IM, but quick move here being made in lane 4 by Anderson, nevertheless, from Valparaiso.
The tempo of the stroke is a little bit different in the 200 IM compared to the 400 IM, a little quicker tempoed, but the efficiency is still also important because of having legs. No tired legs after the breaststroke. These athletes train 200 IM so their bodies are ready to transition from one muscle group to the next.
Final turn coming up, and we'll start the freestyle leg. It still looks like this opening heat. Leading in lane 5, I believe, is Lux.
Everyone in this heat has a B next to their seed time, which means these are bonus events, something that the senior championship meet offers. If you have a qualifying time, you get to swim numerous bonus events to be able to make your weekend even that much more beneficial for you, more experience.
So it was Lux who had the lead after the backstroke leg, and it looks like she may lose the lead coming inside 5 meters here, coming to the wall to Anderson. Valparaiso, Marin Anderson will win the opening heat in lane 4 in a time of 2:38.72. Second place, Lux, lane 5, 2:39.95 as we move into heat 2 now of 8 preliminary swims for the women's 200-meter IM. Lane 1, Nora Sperry, 16-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 2, Peyton Correll, 17-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 3 will be Willa Khrushchev, 17-year-old from Michiana Marlins. Lane 4, Sadie Leininger, 18-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 5, Miradua Muthakamaran, 16-year-old from the Donner Swim Club. Lane 6, Delaney O'Connor, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 7 is Kaylee Spicer, 17-year-old from the Washington Township Swim Club. And in lane 8, Bailey Forsythe, 16-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. Our circle seated heats will be heats 6, 7, and 8.
Athletes in this heat came in seated at a yard cut. You can qualify for this meet both in long course meters and short course yards, as well as short course meters. Not too many meets run in short course meters these days, but they have the opportunity here to achieve the time standard, the long course championship time standard, by swimming the event today, which would qualify them for next year.
Looks like a 3-way battle for the lead here on backstroke. Now making a 4-way battle coming inside 15 meters. Lanes 1, 3, 5, and 7. Looks like 7 may be taking over the lead. Inside 5 meters to go on backstroke here. That's Spicer from Washington Township. Now officially, the scoreboard said Mutha McCarn in lane 5 with the lead as everybody starts the breaststroke leg.
Interestingly enough, that athletes, to be able to see the scoreboard register, they have to actually shut off the touchpad.
Yeah.
And they'll put their hands on top of the gutter occasionally, and that will not shut off the touchpad on the splits until their foot hits the wall.
Looks like good breaststroke legs here out in lane 1 and 3. Spera in 1 from Westfield and Khrushchev in lane 3 from Michiana. I think Sperry has grabbed the lead in lane 1 here on this breaststroke leg. Going down to the final turn to set up the freestyle leg.
Good body position on her stroke. You see those hips rise as she's reaching forward, keeping that body line of the stroke moving forward.
Bottom of your screen, Forsyth also had a very good breaststroke leg. It's a tight heat coming up with half a lap to go on the freestyle leg. Looks like a move being made out of lane 6 here. That's O'Connor from Fort Wayne. And I think she's going to take the heat win here. See what the winning time is for O'Connor. It's going to be 2:34.25. Second place in the heat went to Khrushchev in lane 3, 2:35.64. Here we go with heat 3. Lane 1 will be Gracie Alley, 16-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 2, Lacey Houston, 16-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 3, Caroline Ball, 16-year-old from the Michiana Marlins. Lane 4 is Kaylee Butler, 16-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 5, Chloe Vitito, 18-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 6, Leah Marshall, 18-year-old from Riviera. Lane 7, Sophia Birch, 16-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. And Lane 8, Abby Marshall, 18-year-old from Riviera.
As you've noted many times, 4 heats qualify for finals, with the D heat being a designated 15, 16-year-old heat. The goal here is for these athletes to get into scoring position, which is the top 24 times. 15, 16 heat does not score. So there are many athletes over the weekend that have qualified from the early heats to be in that top 24.
On the backstroke leg here in heat 3, looks like taking over the lead here in lane 5 is Vitito from Franklin Regional. And she's going to grab a lead by more than a body length going into the transition to breaststroke. Three-way battle for second behind her.
Nice back to breast transition for Chloe.
Looks like a move being made here on breaststroke by the athlete right above her here, Butler from Greenfield Community.
Sometimes it's just about staying efficient. Vitito right now doesn't necessarily work on a lot of quick tempo, but just keeping the stroke nice and long and full. She should have some good closing speed.
And she's going to, looks like, maintain about a body length lead at the far end of the pool as she makes the turn and starts the freestyle leg. Looks like Butler in second in lane 4. And then a good breaststroke leg out of lane 7. Birch as she's on the freestyle leg. Birch has made a nice move in lane 7 on the back half. Vitito still leading inside 15 meters. I think Birch is going to get second, though, here in lane 7, as Vitito will just out-touch her in lane 5. Winning time for Vitito, 2:31.74. It's the fastest time so far. Birch got second, lane 7, 2:32.25 in that heat. On to heat 4. Event 37, women's 200-meter individual medley prelims. In lane 1 will be Allie Fitzgerald, a 20-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 2, Lily Clark, 18-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3 is Brinley Bonez, 15-year-old from Duneland. Lane 5 will be Autumn Bruns, 20-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 5, Scarlett Fanger, 15-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 6, Rebecca Schaefer, 21-year-old from Terre Haute Torpedoes. Lane 7, Amira Lear, 17-year-old from Fishers area. And in lane 8, Mila Hoffman, 17-year-old from Avon Community. Looks like lane 2 ended up being open. And the lead down at the far end of the pool looks like it belongs to Bruns in lane 4 after the butterfly leg. Quick move made on backstroke here, though, by Bonez from Duneland, as well as out here in lane 6. I believe that's Schaefer from Terre Haute. And lane 8 as well, Hoffman. So things changing a little bit here on this backstroke leg.
Bonez is one of her strengths is breaststroke. We'll see how she comes off this back to breast transition.
And going into the turn to breaststroke, looks like Hoffman in lane 8 from Avon Community has grabbed the lead. And now I think Bonez has taken over the lead in lane 3. Approaching the half a lap to go on this breaststroke leg. Lane 1 appears to have a nice breaststroke leg as well. That's Fitzgerald from Jaguar. Bonez is going to turn to the freestyle leg as the leader in lane 3 here. In a tight battle for second behind her. Bonez still hanging on by more than a body length lead, coming inside 15 meters here. And about a three-way battle for second. Good move is being made here in lane 7 and 8 by Lear and Hoffman at the end of the freestyle leg. Bonez will take the win in lane 3 in the heat. 2:32.69. Second place in the heat went to Hoffman in lane 8, 2:33.77. Heat 5. Lane 1 will be Allie Woodard, 17-year-old from Plainfield Community. Lane 2, Naomi Henry, 15-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 3, McKenna Wilson, 15-year-old from the Brownsburg Swim Club. Lane 4 will be Marin Sims, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Olivia Owens, 19-year-old from Trojan Aquatic Club. Lane 6 is Peyton Clark, a 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Ava Murray. She's 15 from the Zionsville Swim Club. And in lane 8, we have Haley Pollock, 18 from the Westfield Aquatics. Looks like lane 4 ended up being open. Early lead after the butterfly leg belongs to Henry in lane 2 from Franklin Regional. Looks like second place out in lane 5 here is Owens from Trojan Aquatic. And she's closing in on Henry, coming to the transition to breaststroke. In fact, she takes the lead now in lane 5, Owens. Henry coming right back, though, on this breaststroke leg. Breaststroke appears to be a strength for her in lane 2.
Always a distinct advantage to be swimming freestyle while everybody else is still swimming breaststroke, so she may widen that lead coming off this far turn.
Great breaststroke leg by Henry in lane 2. She makes the turn, sets her sights now on the finish here on the freestyle leg.
Look, McKenna Wilson cut down the lead just a little bit, so did lane number 5. Owens.
And lane 7 looks like they're coming on too here. That's Murray from Zionsville. Murray really flying here in lane 7. I think she's grabbed the lead now with 15 meters to go.
With that closing speed.
Well, Murray in lane 7 on the strength of the freestyle leg is going to win this heat in a time of 2:29.43, and that's the new fast time.
First swimmer under 2:30.
Henry got second in lane 2, 2:31.26. On to the circle seated heats now. Heat 6 in lane 1. Kaylee Kelly, 20-year-old from Mount Vernon swim team. Lane 2, Olivia Sala, 20-year-old from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 3 will be Mia Turfler, 15-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 4, Lexi Ward, 18-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Annabelle Frankie, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne Swim Team. Lane 6 is Maddie Morath, 17-year-old Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 7, Maris Williams, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. And lane 8, Kiara Thomas, 18-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Ward in lane 4 is your number 3 seed in the event. Seated in a time of 2:23.87.
You have a meet like this that's over 5 days and prelims and finals out of 4 of those 5 days. Sunday morning is always a challenging day for them because obviously athletes are getting tired. It seems like the 200 IMers are coming out of the gate pretty well this morning.
Battle for the lead here on the backstroke leg is in the middle of the pool here. Lanes 4 and 5, Ward in 4 and Frankie in 5. About 15, less than 15 meters to go now on the backstroke leg. Frankie pulling out a little bit of advantage here in 5 as we get ready to transition to breaststroke.
Back to breast transitional turn there by Ward. Caught right up. Top lane number 2 at the top of our screen, Olivia Sala from Boilermaker looks pretty strong here.
Just trying to get up there and challenge both Ward and Frankie and make this a three-way battle going to the freestyle leg. And lane 1 now moving as well on breaststroke, Kelly from Mount Vernon. So it looks like Frankie out in front though in lane 5 as she gets ready to make the turn to freestyle. Pretty big advantage for Frankie at the turn actually. It's like moving into second here is Sala in lane 2. 15 meters to go on freestyle. Frankie out in front here in lane 5. Looks strong. She's going to win this heat. And let's see what her winning time will be. It's going to be 2:23.72. That's the fastest time, and she was almost 3 seconds quicker than what she was seated in. Heading to heat 7, lane 1 will be Gabby Irvin, 16-year-old from Greater Evansville. Lane 2, Alyssa Osborne, 18-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 3 is Hannah Pryor, 18-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 4 is Ellie Clark, 15-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6, Grace Daugherty, 19-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6 is McCartney Mailer, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 7, Peyton McDaniel, 15-year-old from the Mount Vernon Swim Team. And in lane 8, Emma Small, 16-year-old from Franklin Regional. Clark in lane 4 is the number 2 seed in this event. Her seed time is 2:21.13. Meet record, by the way, set in 2019 by Kelly Pash, 2:15.30. Bailey Anderson holds the association record set in 2021 from the Indiana Swim Club, 2:09.99. And it's Clark out in front here on this backstroke leg in lane 4, and that's probably her best stroke. Looked like lane 1 ended up being open in this heat.
Comes in with a seed time of a junior national cut, so obviously she's got some prowess in this event as well as her backstroke.
Body length lead over lane 5. That's Daugherty, her Carmel Swim Club teammate, as those two start the breaststroke leg. Now here comes Daugherty on breaststroke. Moving up a little bit, it looks like, on Clark. Top two well out in front of the rest here as they get ready to start the freestyle leg at the far end of the pool. Clark in 4 and Daugherty in 5. Clark came off the wall well. Now lengthens that lead back a little bit here on freestyle with a half a lap to go.
She's an accomplished 200-meter freestyle swimmer as well, so anticipating some good closing speed here for Clark.
Clark's going to cruise on in there and win heat 7 here. Let's see what her winning time is. It'll be 2:23.9. 2:23.9. That's the fastest time so far. Second place in the heat, Daugherty, 2:22.69. Eighth and final heat now here in the women's 200-meter IM. In lane 1 will be Kira Hunter, 16-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 2, Kinsey Bogards, 15-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 3 is Eva Nordyke, 17-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Lane 4, Faith Gorey, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Lauren McGrath, 16-year-old from Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Brindley Yoder, 16-year-old from the Concord Swim Club. Lane 7, Addie Burrow, 19-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. And in lane 8, Naomi Boland, in lane 8, 15-year-old from Fort Wayne swim team. Faith Gorey in lane 4 is the top seed in this event with a seed time of 2:23.4.
Faith Gorey's had pretty good meet, placing the top 3 in events.
Leads right now by about a body length on this backstroke leg with a half a lap to go on backstroke. Second place in lane 5 right below her is McGrath from Irish Aquatics. And Gorey now transitions to breaststroke, leading in lane 4. Followed by McGrath. Looks like in third place in lane 7 is Burrow from Fort Wayne.
Meet records pretty tough to beat by Kelly Pash, 2:15.30. Tier cut 2:17.99. Let's see if Faith Gorey can get under that 2:20 mark.
Gorey approaching the final turn and start the freestyle leg here in lane 4 with a sizable advantage here in heat 8, final heat. Time to beat is 2:23.9 to be the top seed tonight. Looks like a pretty good move was made on breaststroke, and now in the second place here in lane 3 by Nordyke from Munster.
Got a good shot at being under 2:20 and being the top seed here, closing pretty well.
Comes Gorey inside 5 meters now on freestyle, going to win the heat. Winning time will be 2:19.80, so she does go under 2:20. She'll be the top seed tonight in the event. Second place in the heat went to Nordyke in lane 3, 2:25.87. Getting third in lane 5, McGrath, 2:27.14. Next up, event 28, the men's 200-meter IM. We have 7 heats of prelims. In heat 1 in lane 1 will be Liam Garrity, a 17-year-old from Pike Township. Lane 2 will be Ash Ranjan, 16-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 3, Ian Wargo, 18-year-old from Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 4, Landon Lewis, 15-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5 will be Jagger Chan, 16-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 6, Tim Hampton, 17-year-old from the Lake Central Barracudas. And in lane 7, Bryce Hobson, an 18-year-old from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 8 open in this opening heat. Looks like Garrity in lane 1 had the lead after the butterfly leg. A good transition to backstroke though out of lane 6. That's Chan from Southeastern. Chan will lead here in lane 6, transitioning to breaststroke ahead of Ranjan in lane 2. And I think in lane 2 now it's gone into the lead. Ranjan on this breaststroke leg. He's going to turn down there with a sizable lead in lane 2. Ranjan from Center Grove Aquatic in seed time in 2:27.64. Here comes some freestylers now. Looks like making a move here in lane 5 is coming back is Chan from Southeastern. Still a little ways behind Ranjan though. And your lead is going to win will go to Ranjan in lane 2. 2:19.97. Second place went to Chan in lane 5. 2:24.8. Good close by him. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Eli Fee, 16-year-old from Greater Evansville. Lane 2, Garrett Klein, 17-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 3, Caden Spildy, 18-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Lane 4 is Will Snyder, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 5, Cameron Seidenfaden, 17-year-old from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 6, Luke Feller, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Riley Blasius, 18-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. And in lane 8, Zach Welch, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2 open. Spildy with the early lead here on backstroke. Closing in lane 5 is Seidenfaden as those two transition to breaststroke.
And here come the breaststrokers.
Yeah, coming right up between Spildy and Seidenfaden is going to be Snyder from Fort Wayne on this breaststroke leg. Off the wall. It looks like Welch in lane 8 had a great breaststroke leg as well. Might be a little hard to see by the athletes and coaches on the side of the pool. And he's got the lead right now with a half a lap to go on this freestyle leg.
He must have, you're right, kind of blocked from our vision, but he must have had a heck of a breaststroke split there.
And he's going to win this heat. That's Zach Welch from the Carmel Swim Club. Time of 2:17.52, fastest time so far. Second place in the heat went to Seidenfaden in lane 5, 2:20.45. Moving on to heat 3, lane 1 will be Aiden Clark, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2, Bryce Lowe, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Noah Singleton, 21 from the LaPorte Turbos. Lane 4 will be Lucas Barnes, 17-year-old from the Crown Point Swim Club. Lane 5, Kenny Reed, 21-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Lane 6 will be Hayden Teddams, 17-year-old from the Highland Hurricanes. Lane 7, Andrew Kavichkoff, 29-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. And in lane 8, Aiden Michael, 17-year-old from Greenfield Community.
Seven heats of the 200 IM this morning. Remember, top 32 come back with a designated 15-16 heat for our D final. Well, these young men are working to get into that D final. Amazing opportunities when you get to swim this 200 IM twice.
Battling for the lead at the top of your screen on the end of the backstroke leg here is Clark in 1 and Lowe in 2. Let's see what happens now on the breaststroke leg.
Kind of watch the athletes come off the wall on their back to breast transition, and you can see which ones get a good breath off that transition, whether they're exhaling going in and just get a good deep clean breath, whether it's into a back to breast transition or off an open turn, because they take the pull out so quickly. You can always see which athletes really control their breathing by exhaling underwater before they do the transitions.
So it looks like the battle for the lead is lanes 1 and 2. Clark and Lowe as we get ready to approach the final leg here, the freestyle leg. Now off a good breaststroke leg in lane 7 here. Kavachkov from Munster has got himself in contention, and I think he's grabbed the lead.
Well, yes, he has.
$15 meters left. Kavachkov a slight lead ahead of Clark and Lowe, who are still battling lane 2, or lanes 1 and 2. Here comes Lowe in lane 2, trying to battle Kavachkov to the wall for the win. Kavachkov will hold on in lane 7, take the heat win in a time of 2:17.47. That's the fastest time so far. Getting second was Lowe in lane 2 in the heat, 2:17.60. Heat 4 now. In lane 1 will be Heshan Karan-Ratne, 18-year-old from the Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 2, Joey Rojic, 16-year-old Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 3, Jack Gallup, 21-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 4, Grayson Tidwell, 21-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 5, Zach Beatty, 18-year-old from Cardinal Community. Lane 6, Elijah Hall, 18-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 7, Takiro Wheatley, 15-year-old from Riverside Aquatic. And lane 8, Sebastian Granado, 16-year-old from the Washington Township Swim Club. Looks like lanes 1, 2, and 3, the leaders right now on this backstroke leg, with, I believe, Tidwell in lane 3 from Jaguar out front. Second place in lane 1, Karan-Ratne. Coaching the transition here to breaststroke. Grayson Tidwell, the leader in lane 3 here in heat 4. A move now being made on breaststroke here in lane 2 by Rojek from Valparaiso. He's moved into second. Looks like he might go into the lead and get by Tidwell. So Rojek's your leader now in lane 2 as he starts the freestyle leg here. Came in with a yard time entry, entered in a yard time. And he's going to win this 4th heat here in lane 2. Joey Rojek, the 16-year-old from Valparaiso Swim Club. Winning time will be 2:13.22. That's the fastest time so far. Second place was Gallup in lane 3. And he gets 2:16.04 is his time. Let's see, I think it was Gallup that was the early leader there. He finishes second. Heat 5 now. In lane 1, Gabriel Wang, 15-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2 will be Camden Stutzman, 17-year-old from the Concord Swim Club. Lane 3, Trevor Wiley, 19-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 4, Michael Gorey, 19-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5 will be Zach Droder, 19-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 6, George Patterson, 17-year-old Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 7, Isaac Wilson, 21-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. And lane 8, Daniel Jones, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne.
Keep an eye on Michael Gorey in the middle of the pool, 19-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. He's had a pretty good meet. This is one of his more premier events here, so keep an eye on him all the way through this back to breast transition. This
is our first of 3 circle seated heats. Meet record, by the way, set in 2013 by Steven Schmuel, 2:02.08. Vinny Lanza holds the association record set in 2018, 1:58.10. And Michael Corey with the early lead here on the backstroke leg. He's the number 3 seed in the event. Seed time 2:07 flat as he starts his breaststroke. Second place out here in lane 7 is Wilson.
Made note of that back to breast transition for Gore. He was out under a minute. He was 59.75 at the 100. Puts him in a pretty unique situation to be under 2:10 in the morning. Doesn't have to go any faster than that. I mean, obviously, he knows if he wins his heat here in a circle-seated heat, you're pretty much locked into making it into top 8 and finals.
Final turn coming up for Michael in lane 4. Moving into second place now in lane 5 is Droder from Jaguar on this freestyle leg. And Michael Gorey's going to win heat 5 here of the men's 200-meter IM prelims. Winning time is going to be 2:06.89.
Yeah, it was some pretty darn good last 50 there. He was at he had a split under 30 there.
Droder got second in lane 5, 2:09.04. So Gorey has the fastest time now, heading to heat 6. Lane 1 will be Joshua Noss, 16-year-old from Noblesville Swim Club. Lane 2, Chris Barton, this 19-year-old from Michiana Marlins. Lane 3, Noah Moeller, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4 is Drew Reeder, 21-year-old from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 5, Logan Poswinski, 18-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. Lane 6 is Jack Street, 15-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Carter Schultz, 16-year-old from Irish Aquatics. And then lane 8, Jackson Morris, 17-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. Reeder in lane 2 is your number 2 seed in the event. His seed time is 2:02.99. And that seed time is just off the meet record. Reeder's already got himself a meet record in this meet. And he's got the early lead after the butterfly leg in lane 4.
A lot of the Indiana Swim Club athletes are both a crossover between the club swimmers and the collegiate swimmers. Same thing with Boilermaker Aquatic, Purdue swimmers and club swimmers out of West Lafayette. So there's a good balance between what makes up a team here.
Reeder's going to lead by more than a body length over Poswinski in lane 5 after the opening 100 as everyone starts the breaststroke leg.
I don't know if Drew will go 2:02 this morning, but he's been pretty much lighting it up at night. Closing out his races really well. Watch the breaststroke to freestyle transition, how quick, less than 1.0 seconds from hand touch to foot touch. Stayed low to the water, so a lot of great technical skills for our young folks to watch. Whether you're on the pool deck or watching online, when you watch some of these elite athletes race, the things you pick up aren't the scoreboard.
Moeller's got a nice freestyle leg in lane 3. Looks like he'll end up finishing in third. Drew Reeder is going to win this heat in lane 4. Touches in a time of 2:05.43, which is the fastest time so far. Getting second in the heat in lane 5 was Poswinski in a time of 2:08.40. Seventh and final heat now. Event 28, men's 200-meter individual medley prelims. In lane 1, Ike Ruskowski, 19-year-old from the Michiana Marlins. Lane 2 will be Jack Keyser, 18-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Lucas Ackerman, 17-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 4, Jeremy Kelly, 19-year-old from Irish Aquatics. Lane 5, Seth Cannon, 19-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 6 will be Ivan Blystiff, 17-year-old from the Concord Swim Club. Lane 7, Gavin Coggan, 18-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. And in lane 8, Isaiah Winko, 16-year-old from Pike Township. Kelly in lane 4 from the Irish Aquatics, the number 1 seed in the event. Seed time is 2:02.70. Kelly with the lead right now in lane 4. Ahead of Cannon in lane 5 on the backstroke leg. Like Cannon is moving up on him though at the end of the backstroke leg here in lane 5.
Look at the still head position by Cannon there, just really keeping the shoulder roll going.
Those two side by side at the transition to breaststroke. Kelly in 4 and Cannon in 5.
Slide edge by Kelly, did the back to breast rollover turn. Gave him about a half a body length lead coming off that transition. It's a racing skill, not a swimming skill.
Trying to get in the race now in lane 3 is Ackerman on this breaststroke leg from Franklin Regional.
That's one of the young upcoming swimmers in Indiana swimming is Ackerman. Not afraid to race the college guys here is Ackerman.
Kelly's going to turn as the leader as he starts the freestyle in lane 4, followed by Cannon and Ackerman in lane 3.
You wonder what it feels like on this last 50 of freestyle. It's coming off of those breaststroke legs. Sometimes takes a full 25 for those swimmers to get into their freestyle rhythm.
So Kelly touches first in a time of 2:07.73. And getting second that heat was Ackerman in lane 3 in a time of 2:10.32. So Reeder will be your top seed tonight in this event with a swim of 2:05.47 this morning. We're going to take a 10-minute break here in competition. And then after the break, it'll be events 41 and 42. Women up first in the 100-meter freestyle prelims, followed by the men in the 100-meter freestyle prelims. After a 10-minute break here, let's thank some sponsors making our broadcast and this meet possible. Speedo is an official sponsor of the Indiana Swimming LSC and all championship meets. Also the Ellsmore Swim Shop. The Ellsmore Swim Shop is the official supplier and sponsor of Indiana Swimming and Team Indiana. Your meet host this weekend, since Wednesday really, all week long, Indiana Swim Club. Meet directors Roxy Barnes and Vilmos Kovacs. Entry chair Kyle Johnson. Your referees and officials: meet referee Troy Rector, administrative referee administrative referees Lucy Duncan and Mickey Smythe. And also thanks to all our officials here all week long. Also thanks to the IU Bloomington facilities staff, headed up by Kellen Edelbrock. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Indiana Swimming. Indiana Swimming is one of the 59 local swimming committees that make up USA Swimming. Indiana Swimming would like to wish all this weekend's competitors good luck and fast times. Indiana Swimming creating opportunities for swimmers to realize their dreams. So we're going to take a short break in commentary here, and we'll come back with event 41, the women's 100-meter freestyle prelims. We'll have 10 heats of prelims. Next up here, event 41, the women's 100-meter freestyle prelims. We'll have 10 heats of prelims. Here in heat 1, lane 2 will be Katie Gordon, 16-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 3, Scarlett Fanger, 15-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 4, Annie Jackson, 18-year-old from the Cardinal Community. Lane 5, Netta Weiser, 15-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic Club. And in lane 6, Ellie Coyne, 15-year-old from Cardinal Community. 2 lengths to the pool freestyle. Our circle-seated heats here for this event will be heats 8, 9, and 10.
It's interesting to think about what short course yards teaches you for long course meters, what long course meters teaches you for short course yards. College coaches are still looking for great underwater skills, great racing skills, quick off the blocks, quick off turns, the dolphin kicking underwater. What long course teaches the short course meters is the valuable asset of being stronger on your second 50. This is what we see in all of the 100s of stroke, all of the 100 freestyles, how much stronger these athletes are in dominating the top heats, dominating the second 50 of the 100.
Out in front here, 15 meters to go in lane 2 of this opening heat, Gordon from Zionsville. Second place in lane 4 is Jackson. And your opening heat winner is going to be Gordon in lane 2 from Zionsville, 104.31 her time. Second place was Jackson, lane 4, 104.99. Moving to heat 2 now. Lane 1 will be Emily Wang, 15-year-old from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 2, Brooke Trammell, 16-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 3, Olivia Motz, 18-year-old from Noblesville Swim Club. Lane 4, Mia Phillips, 16-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 5, Santana Gonzalez, 15-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 6, Ellie Vages, 17-year-old from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 7, Emily Hoffman, 16-year-old from Duneland. And lane 8, Sarah Cooper, a 15-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 1 at the top, and lane 8 at the bottom. The only turn coming up here. See who comes off of there first. We can get an idea. Maybe lane 5 here. Gonzalez from Center Grove Aquatic. Meters to go. Tight race here. Coming inside the flag. Slight advantage now in lane 2 from Trammell. Looks like she's going to take the heat win in lane 2. That's Trammell, 103.56 the time. Second place went to Gonzalez in lane 5, 103.92. Heat 3, lane 1, Peyton Walker, 15-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 2, Lily Clark, 18-year-old Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Celia Vale, 17-year-old from Fishers area. Lane 4 will be Taylor Jarosik, 16-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 5, Ryland Banta, 16-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 6 will be Caroline Ball, 16-year-old from Michiana Marlins. Lane 7, Aubrey Keating, 16-year-old from Plainfield Community. Her teammate is in lane 8, that's Allie Woodard. She's a 17-year-old. Looks like lane 7 out in front here. Keating from Plainfield Community. Pretty big lead right now with a half a lap to go. And she's not going to be caught in this heat here. That's Aubrey Keating from Plainfield Community. Let's see what her winning time is going to be. It's going to be 1:00:50. Fast time so far. Second place was Vale in lane 3, 1:01.97. On to heat 4 in lane 1, Annie Wolf, 14-year-old from Washington Township Swim Club. Lane 2, Hannah Pryor, 18-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 3, Jelini Ackerman, 15-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 4 is Haley Pollock, 18-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 5, Allie Baroker, 17-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 6, Kinsey Bogards, 15-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 7, Brooklyn Neal, 15-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. And then lane 8, Alexis Sereno, 15-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Like going to the wall first and lane 3 was Ackerman.
And notice how valuable these second 50s are coming into play. As you see, not always first at the 50 wins the heat.
Ackerman still in out top, making a move here in lane 1 is Wolf, coming inside 5 meters. Looks like Ackerman will win the heat in lane 3 with a time of 1:01.56. And a good close out of lane 4, Pollock. She got second, 1:01.99. Heat 5, lane 1 will be Gabby Kuhn, 18-year-old from Riviera. Lane 2, Addison Haynes, 17-year-old from Brownsburg. Lane 3, Kiara Thomas, 18-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 4, Addie Burrow, 19-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 5 is Jennifer Barajas, 18-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 6 will be Mia Turfler, 15-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 7, Tori Barnett, 20-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. And in lane 8, Priscilla Smith, a 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Great start by Barajas in lane 5. Leads after that opening 50. From Munster. And she's still got the lead with half a lap to go. Now making a move now in lane 7 appears to be Turfler. Also from Munster. Or no, excuse me, that's Barnett from Jaguar. Now coming on in lane 3 is Thomas as well here at the finish, making the three-way battle for the win in the heat. And it's going to be Thomas in lane 3 who takes the win from Westfield. A time of 1:00.75. And second place went to Barajas in lane 5, 1:00.97. Heat 6, lane 1 will be Peyton McDaniel, 15-year-old from Mount Vernon. Lane 2, Tegan Werner, 17-year-old from Duneland. Lane 3, Maya Ernsberger, 16-year-old from Concord. Lane 4, Olivia Sala, 20-year-old from Boilermaker. Lane 5, Britt Conrad, 15-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 6, Adeline Loeffner, 16-year-old from Duneland. Lane 7 is Milla Hoffman, 17-year-old from Avon Community. And lane 8, Rachel Stutz, 18-year-old from Greenfield Community. Top time so far is 1:00.50, posted by Keating in Heat 3. Lane 8 appears to have the lead at this point in time. That's Stutz from Greenfield Community. And giving her a challenge is Hoffman right above her from Avon. Now also coming on in lane 4 here towards the finish is Sala. And I think Sala will take the heat win here in lane 4 in a time of 59.83. That's the top time so far.
First swimmer under a minute so far.
Second place in the heat went to Hoffman in a time of 1:00.07 in lane 7. Heat 7. Lane 1, Kaylee Kelly, 20-year-old from Mount Vernon Swim Team. Lane 2, Aaron Cummins, 19-year-old from the Terre Haute Torpedoes. Lane 3, Peyton Ostertag, 17-year-old from Duneland. Lane 4, Natalie Bansolas, 16-year-old from Highland Hurricanes. Lane 5, Alyssa Osborne, 18-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 6 is Naomi Boland, a 15-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. Lane 7, Ellie Groves, 17-year-old from Cardinal Community. And in lane 8, Haley Vervleed, 16-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Coming up on a half a lap to go. Looks like lanes 7 and 8 here. Perhaps battling Groves and Vervleed. Now at the top of your screen as well, lanes 1 and 2. Kelly and Cummins. Looks like it will be between those two to decide who wins the heat. Top of your screen, lanes 1 and 2 coming to the wall. And it will be lane 2 with the win. Cummins in a time of 59.25. That's the fastest time now. Second place in lane 1 was Kelly, 59.46. Heat 8 as we move into the circle seated heats. Lane 1, Grace Sharp, 18-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 2, Ava Butterfield, 19-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 3, Aaron Sims, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, Reagan Graves, 18-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 5, Lila Theriak, 17-year-old from Mooresville area. Lane 6, Ella Sears, 15-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 7, Kylie Zoller, 18-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 6 will be Mia Henderson, 16-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Amanda Kendall holds the meet record set in 2017, 55:14. Alex Shackle, the association's record set in 2023, 54:08's the time.
Into these circle seated heats, 57:69 is the junior national cut.
Graves, the number 3 seed in the event, in lane 4, 57:98. And she's in a battle right now for the heat lead with Theriak in lane 5, coming inside 15 meters. Theriak a slight lead, it looks like. And it's going to be Theriak who wins this heat in lane 5 in a time of 57:72. That's the fastest time so far. Second place was Graves in lane 4, 58:09. Heat 9, lane 1 will be Ash Sapple, 20-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 2, Brenley Bonez, 15-year-old from Dunlin. Lane 3, Sophia Floyd, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, Grace Doherty, 19-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Addison Carlisle, 17-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 6, Elena Riggin, 17-year-old Irish Aquatics. Lane 7, Ellison Miller, 16-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. And in lane 8, Eva Nordyke, 17-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Doherty in lane 4 is the number 2 seed in the event. Seed time 57:75. Actually, there was a co-number 1 seed. She was tied with Bowles, or actually Williams in the next seed, both seeded in 57:75.
Lane number 5, Carlisle.
Yep, Addison Carlisle has the lead, but good being challenged, looks like in lane 7 here by Miller. Now lane 3 perhaps coming on. Floyd here at the finish. Making a 3-way battle to the wall. See who gets in there first. It'll be Carlisle in lane 5 who takes the win. Time 59:12. Second place went to Miller in lane 7, 59:48. Heat 10, final heat here, the women's 100-meter freestyle prelims. In lane 1, Aubrey Simmons, 18-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2, Claire Parsons, 20-year-old from Terre Haute Torpedoes. Lane 3, Carly Bowles, 18-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 4, Maris Williams, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 5, Ava Metzger, 17-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 6, Naomi Haynes, 17-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 7, Claire DeBridney, 17-year-old from Irish Aquatics. And in lane 8, Sabrina Ledworth, 17-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. And as I said, Williams a co-number 1 seed in this event. Lane 4, seed time 57:75. A good race here. Half a lap to go. Williams does have the lead in lane 4.
Williams still keeping strong distance per stroke. You don't see a short, choppy stroke out front. Great distance per stroke, but keeping her tempo high.
A very little splash out in front of her as Williams going to win this heat in a time of 58:07. Second place was Metzger in lane 5, 59:11. Your top seed tonight will be Theriak in a time of 57:72. Event 42, men's 100-meter freestyle prelims, 10 heats prelims. Heat 1, lane 2 will be Landon Wendell, 17-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 3, Graydon Peroni, 16-year-old from Dunlin. Lane 4, Franco Chirinos, 19-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 5 will be Tommy Emery, 18-year-old from Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 6, Roman Gary, 17-year-old from the LaPorte Turbos. And in lane 7, Ethan Miller, 17-year-old from Avon Community. Competitive heat here with a half a lap to go. Slight edge in lane 2 here for our waiting free Peroni. Coming inside 5 meters. Lane 7 also challenging here. Miller, let's see who gets in there first. It'll be Miller in lane 7, 57:03. Second place in the Well, I'm not sure because Peroni's time didn't register. It may have been Peroni. We'll refer you to Meet Mobile again for all the results from this meet. Again, those results on Meet Mobile not official. Heat 2, Lane 1, David Barnett, 18-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 2, Nicholas Plum, 20-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, David Unchezalou, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 4, Victor Vachev, 21-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 5, Aiden Gent, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6, Addison Mays, 18-year-old from Mount Vernon Premier. Lane 7, Jack Campbell, 16-year-old from Washington Township Swim Club. And in Lane 8, Alex Westling, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 1, top of your screen, lane 8 to the bottom. Heat 2, the men's 100-meter freestyle prelims of 10 heats. Lane 2 appears to have the lead here. That's Plum from Carmel. And trying to make a move here in lane 4 is Vachev inside 5 meters. Looks like Plum will take the win, though, in lane 2. His time is 55.74. Second place in the heat, Vachev in lane 4, 56.04. Heat 3 now. Lane 1 will be Austin Carlisle, 15-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 2 is Nick Lubin, 16-year-old from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 3, Liam Garrity, 17-year-old from Pike Township. Lane 4, Shane Kelly, 16-year-old Brownsburg Swim Club. Lane 5, Bryce Lowe, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6 is Eli Dollins, 17-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 7, Grant Habisky, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. And in lane 8, Aaron Trin, 15-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Looks like lane 7 ended up being open. We're about a half a lap to go. Looks like maybe lane 5 here. Low. Also lanes 1 and 2 battling as well for the lead, Carlisle and Lubin. And in there, the win's going to go to Lubin in lane 2, 54.91. And second place was Low in lane 5, 55.05. 54.91 is the fastest time so far. Heat 4, lane 1 will be Gabe Groves, 21-year-old from Lawrence County. Lane 2, Joey Rojak, 16-year-old from Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 3, Nathaniel Siebert, 17-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 4 is Aiden Michael, 17-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 5, Jack Hilder, 17-year-old from Riverside Aquatic. Lane 6 is Heshan Karan Rotney, 18-year-old from Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 7, Eli Coomer, 17-year-old from Riverside Aquatic. And in lane 8, Eli Swafford, 16-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Lane 2 taking it out strong. That's Rojic from Valparaiso. He had a good swim earlier already in this session. I think he won his heat. He may win another heat.
Yeah, that's going to go.
And Rojic will win this heat here in lane 2 from Valparaiso. Winning time is going to be 54.38. New fast time. Second place was Hildreth in lane 5, 55.38. Heat 5, lane 1 will be Alex Munn, 18-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 2, Charlie Rainey, 17-year-old unattached. Lane 3, Garrett Gabbert, 17-year-old from Lawrence County Aquatics. Lane 4, Cale McCann, 17-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 5 is James Porterfield, 19-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6 is Braden Sayre, 17-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 7, Trevor Wiley, 19-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. And in lane 8, Tarek McClarkey, 20-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Real competitive heat coming up on a half a lap to go here. Can't really tell you who's got the lead at this point. 7 swimmers in contention for the lead coming inside, for the win coming inside 5 meters here. Let's see who gets in there first. It's going to be Gabbard in lane 3 with 55.44 his time. And second place went to Porterfield in lane 5, 55.46. Heat 6, lane 1, Ozzie Jonkowski, 17-year-old from Mount Vernon. Lane 2, Jackson Pyle, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 3 is Leo Nye, 17-year-old Michiana Marlins. Lane 4, Luke Pryor, 20-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 5, Aiden Kason, 20-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 6, Jackson Morris, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 7, Noah Singleton, he's a 21-year-old from the LaPorte Turbos. And in lane 8, Garrett Klein, 17-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Maybe lane 8 with the lead here. Klein at the bottom of your screen. Also lane 2. Pyle has a nice swim going as well, top of your screen. And it looks like Pyle may take the win here. We'll see. At the wall, it is Pyle, lane 2. 53.90 is his time. That's the fastest time now. Second place in lane 8 was Klein, 54.09. Heat 7, lane 1 will be Logan Tennyson, 19-year-old from Greater Evansville. Lane 2, Joshua Noss, 16-year-old from Noblesville Swim Club. Lane 3, William Lathrop, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, Yi Zheng, 16-year-old Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Carter Schultz, 16-year-old Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Camden Bailey, 16-year-old Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 7, Brady Hinshaw, 18-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. And in lane 8, Josh Brown, 16-year-old from the Michiana Marlins. We'll start our circle-seated heats in Heat 8. Looks like lane 7's open here. Another tight race here with a half a lap to go. Maybe a slight lead here in lane 3 by Pugh from Carmel. Being challenged though in lane 4. And at the wall, it's going to be lane 4. That's it was actually Lathrop in lane 3 that had the lead, but Zhang took it away from him at the wall. 52.90, 52.85 for Zhang. Lathrop went a 53.30. Heat 8 now. Lane 1 will be Owen Fowler, 18-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2, George Patterson, 17-year-old from the Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 3, Luke Pugh, 18-year-old Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, William Raich, 20-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 5, Rocco Teich, 16-year-old from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 6, William Allen, 16-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Joey Smith, 21-year-old from Center Grove Aquatic. And in lane 8, Ben Rocks, 21-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 appear to be battling here, but particularly lane 5 with the lead now. Teich from Boilermaker. Here comes lane 2. That's Patterson. Move coming out of lane 6, Allen as well. To the wall here. A three-way battle of the wall. Who gets in there? It's going to be Teich in lane 5 in a time of 52.51. Fastest time so far. That was our first of circle seated heats. Second place went to Patterson in lane 2, 52.56. Heat 9. Lane 1 will be Zach Verveley, 18-year-old from Munster Swim Club. Lane 2, Donald Zhao, 15-year-old Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3 is Brady Gray, 20-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 4, Jake Terrera, 18-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 5, Max Listena, 19-year-old from the Indiana Swim Club. Lane 6, Brandon Silver, 25-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 7 is Roger Tomic, 20-year-old from Irish Aquatics. And lane 8, Sam Wolf, 18-year-old from Washington Township. Meet record, by the way, set in 2015 by Blake Peroni, 49.48. Zachary Apple holds the association record set in 2019, 47.79. Great swim underway here in lane 7. That's Tomic. Hervajoy Tomic. And Tomic will win this heat in a time of 49.75. Just off the meet record with that swim. by Tomic. Hot swim there by Tomic. Second place will be Terrera in lane 4 in that heat. His time 51.75. Heat 10, final heat here. Lane 1 will be Eli Baker, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne swim team. Lane 2, Hugo Ortega, 19-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 3, Seth Cannon, 19-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. Lane 4, Brandon Fleck, 18-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 5, Jeremy Kelly, 19-year-old from Irish Aquatics. Lane 6 is Ethan Zhang, 18-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Owen Lindsley, 19-year-old from the Fort Wayne Swim Team. And in lane 8, Will Gorman, 19-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Fleck in lane 4 is the top seed in the event. His seed time was 51.36. And it looks like lanes 3 and 5 ended up being open here. Fleck with a big lead here early with a half a lap to go in lane 4. Fleck's going to cruise to victory here in heat 10 in lane 4. Question is, what will be his winning time in this heat? It's going to be a 51.32. Second in the heat was Zhang in lane 6, 53.23. And Tomic will be your top seed tonight, 49.75 seed time. See if he can make another run at the meet record tonight in the final. Another 10-minute break here in competition. And then it'll be events 43 and 44. We'll have time finals here. A couple relays. Women will be up first in the 400 medley relay, followed by the men in that 400 medley relay. Back in about 10 minutes. About ready for 3-time final heats here in event 43, the women's 400-meter medley relay. Fastest seeded heat will be in heat 1. Meet record set in 2022 by the Carmel Swim Club, 4:12:52. Association record set in 2023 also by Carmel, 4:06:18. 400 medley relay. We'll start with backstroke. Then we'll the breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle, the stroke order. And points are doubled here, so the winning relay team here in this event will get 60 points. Looks like we have 20 relays competing in this event, so all 20 will end up scoring points as we score down to 24 places in every event. In heat 1 of the time final here, event 43, the women's 400-meter medley relay. In lane 1 will be Fort Wayne B, led off by Addie Merle. Lane 2, Franklin Regional A, led off by Naomi Henry. Lane 3 will be Duneland A, led off by Adeline Lochner. Lane 4, Fort Wayne A, led off by Ella Sears. Lane 5, Southeastern A, led off by Naomi Haynes. Lane 6 will be Munster A, and we'll have to apologize because we're not provided names for Munster. Lane 7 will be Southeastern B, Kinsey Bogarts on leadoff, and lane 8, Cardinal Community A, with Laura Warner on backstroke for them. So here we go, backstroke leg here. Women's 400-meter medley relay. The swimmer will swim 2 lengths of the pool on for their respective relay leg. Underway here, heat 1 of 3 time final heats. Time final means that the overall winner can come out of any one of these 3 heats. As I said, all 20 teams will score points. Looks like the early lead here in lane 5 is Southeastern A. Haynes on backstroke for them. And she's going to give her team a little more than a body length lead going into the relay exchange. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers here. For Fort Wayne B, be Sadie Leininger. For Franklin Regional A, Emma Small. Duneland A, Brenly Bonez. Fort Wayne A, Naomi Boland. Southeastern A, Kylie Zoller. Southeastern B will be Sarah Cooper. And for Cardinal Community A, Ellie Coyne. Looks like in second place here is Duneland, lane 3. Still leading here halfway through the breaststroke leg in lane 5 is Southeastern A. Battle for third, best battle in the pool. Actually got a battle for the lead now coming inside 15 meters. Here comes Bonez for Duneland in lane 3, trying to give her team perhaps the lead at the end of the breaststroke leg. Looks like it might be tied. Let's take a look at the butterflyers now. For Fort Wayne B, Annabelle Frankie. Franklin Regional A, Reagan Graves. Duneland A, Tegan Werner. Fort Wayne A, McCartney Mailer. Southeastern A, Ellison Miller. Southeastern B, Lacey Houston. And for Cardinal Community A, Annie Jackson. And Southeastern A is taking the lead back here on this butterfly leg with Ellison Miller. Making a bit of move now in lane 4, challenging Dunlin for second is Fort Wayne A. They've got Mailer on butterfly for them. Fort Wayne A, the top seed in this event. In lane 4, they moved into second. Let's take a look at the anchor legs for these teams. For Fort Wayne B, Delaney O'Connor. Franklin Regional A, Jelani Ackerman. Dunlin A, Peyton Ostertag. Fort Wayne A, Maris Williams. Southeastern A, Ash Sapple. Southeastern B, Mia Henderson. And for Cardinal Community A, Olivia Jackson. Those are your freestylers. Final turn coming up for your leaders in lane 5, Southeastern A. They've pretty much led it all the way so far. They were, I think, tied for the lead with Dunlin after the breaststroke leg. Fort Wayne's trying to make a run at him here in lane 4 with a half a lap to go. Still about a body length lead for Southeastern, though. Looks like Fort Wayne may just run out of pool here. And Southeastern A is going to win the opening heat in a time of 4:22.96 and set the time to beat. Second place, Fort Wayne A, 4:24.42. Third place, Dunlin A, 4:29.29 in that opening heat. 2 more heats to go here in the women's 400-meter medley relay time final. In heat 2, it'll be Westfield A. And we'll apologize again, no names provided for Westfield. Lane 3, Washington Township A will be led off by Lillian Tabor. Lane 4, Irish Aquatics A, led off by Lauren McGrath. Lane 5, Zionsville A, led off by Delaney McAfee. Lane 6, Brownsburg A. They did not list a backstroker on this, on their relay card that we were given anyway. Lane 7 is Zionsville B, led off by Ava Murray. Using lanes 2 through 7 in this second heat. Heat 2, women's 400-meter medley relay. Backstroke leg underway. Like Brownsburg A and 6 had the lead at going into the turn down there. Opening leg of the backstroke. Opening lap of the backstroke leg, rather. It's like taking over the lead here now in lane 4 is Irish Aquatics A. McGrath on back for them. But Brownsburg still right there. It's going to be tight between those two. Brownsburg actually is going to hold on to the lead. Let's take a look at the number 2 swimmers, the breaststrokers. For Washington Township A, Kaylee Spicer. Irish Aquatics A, Audrey Wandling. Zionsville A, Allie Baroka. Brownsburg A, McKenna Wilson. And for Zionsville B, Katie Gordon. Brownsburg is extending their lead that they had after the backstroke leg here on this breaststroke leg. They're out in lane 6 with McKenna Wilson. Second place, still in lane 4 here, Irish Aquatics. Making a move now on breaststroke, trying to move in on Irish Aquatics A is Zionsville A with their breaststroker Baroka. Here's our exchange now. Butterflyers to the pool. Let's tell you who's swimming butterfly for these teams. For Washington Township A, Lily Wolf. Irish Aquatics A, Elena Riggins. Zionsville A, Ava Metzger. Brownsburg A, Addison Cole. And for Zionsville B, Sophia Birch. Brownsburg still out in front. They've led this all the way so far. The second heat, women's 400-meter medley relay time final. But things look like they could tighten up maybe here with a half a lap to go on butterfly with Irish and Aquatics A and 4, Zionsville A and 5, and Brownsburg A. Looks like they've now fallen to third on the butterfly leg as the battle for the lead is Irish Aquatics A and 4 and Zionsville A and 5. Coming up on the anchor leg, the freestylers. Here's who's swimming the anchor legs. For Washington Township A, it'll be Annie Wolf. Irish Aquatics A, Claire DeBridney. Zionsville A, Kira Hunter. Brownsburg A, Kennedy York. And for Zionsville B, Mia Phillips. Zionsville's in the lead now in lane 5 by about a body length over Irish Aquatics A on this freestyle leg. Looks like moving into third now. In lane 3, maybe Washington Township A on this anchor leg. Every position you can pick up is vital on this anchor leg because, as I said, relays do score double the points. And all these relays are going to score points in this event. Zionsville A in lane 5, they're en route to winning the second heat. Women's 400-meter medley relay. The time to beat is 4:22.96 from the opening heat by Southeastern A. They'll be off that by a little bit. Zionsville will win the heat in a time of 4:31.61. Second place, Irish Aquatics A, 4:35.59 in the heat. And getting third in lane 3 was Washington Township A team in a time of 4:42.51. One heat left. Here in the women's 400-meter medley relay time final. Three teams are going to compete in this third heat of the time final here. We'll use lanes 3, 4, and 5. In lane 3 will be Fishers Area Swimming Tigers A, led off by Sophie Blue. Lane 4, Southeastern C, led off by Hayden Bunch. Lane 5, Flashes A, led off by Claire Dijon. ready here to go. Heat 3, reset it for you. Lane 3, Fishers Area A, led off by Sophia Blue. Lane 4, Southeastern C, led off by Hayden Bunch. And lane 5, Flashes Aquatics A, led off by Claire Dijon. Those are your backstrokers. Heat 3, women's 400-meter medley relay time final. Fishers Area A and 3, the early lead here on this opening leg. Fishers Area A will lead now going into the breaststroke leg, our breaststrokers. Fishers Area A, Sela Vale. Southeastern C, Scarlett Fanger. And for Flashes Aquatics A, Macy Oden. Now it looks like perhaps this race has tightened up a little bit on the breaststroke leg here between Fishers Area A and Flashes A and 5. Oden for Flashes is a pretty good breaststroke leg underway. Still Fishers Area A, a slight lead here. Getting ready for the butterfly leg. Here are our butterflyers. For Fishers Area A, Olive Cunningham. Southeastern C, Peyton Walker. And for Flashes Aquatics A, Brooklyn Neal. Looks like Fishers Area A open up their advantage a little bit again now on this butterfly leg. Battle now might be for second here between Flashes Aquatics A and 5 and Southeastern C and 4 on this butterfly leg. Walker for Southeastern is pulling her team up into that battle for second with Flashes. Let's take a look at the anchor leg swimmers, the freestylers. For Fishers Area A, Lexi Adams. Southeastern C, Emerson Bunch. And for Flashes Aquatics A, Grace Sharp. Fishers Area A completes the final turn in lane 3. Still hanging on to second in lane 5, Flashes Aquatics A over Southeastern C. And Flashes Aquatics A now, their anchor leg Sharp, trying to move up a little bit now on Fishers Area A, the leader with 15 meters to go. Let's see if they might just run out of pool though to be able to get the win. It could be close, though, here at the wall. They may have enough time to get there. Going to be close. Who gets in there first? It's going to be Flashes Aquatics A, winning the heat in a time of 4:47.18 in lane 5. Great final 100 by their anchor leg, Grace Sharp there to give them that win. Second place, Fishers Area A in the heat, 4:47.25. So your winner will be Southeastern A in that event, the women's 400 meter medley relay, time of 4:22.96. That awards presentation, by the way, will be tonight before the start of finals. Next up, event 44, the men's 400 meter medley relay time final. 4 heats of time finals. Fastest seeded heat will be here in heat 1. In heat 1, lane 1, Southeastern A, led off by Brandon Fleck. Lane 2, Michiana A, led off by Ike Ruskowski. Lane 3, Franklin Regional A, led off by David Barnett. Lane 4, Jaguar Aquatics A, led off by Grayson Tidwell. Lane 5, Zionsville A, William Rachis on leadoff. Lane 6, Fort Wayne A, led off by Jackson Pyle. Lane 7, Munster A, led off by Caden Spildy. And lane 8, Center Grove Aquatic A, led off by Ash Ranjan. Meet record was set in 2019, 3:43.32 by Indiana Swim Club. Association record set in 2019 as well. IU holds that. The time is 3:39.69. Jaguar in lane 4, top seed. Their seed time is, looks like it is 3:51.66. Backstroke leg has about a half a lap to go here. Pretty even at this point. Maybe a slight lead here in lane 4 for Jaguar A. Looks like Jaguar A in lane 4 will lead after the opening leg. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers. Southeastern A, it'll be Jager Chan. Michiana Marlins A, Chris Bartmus. Franklin Regional A, Lucas Ackerman. Jaguar Aquatics A, Zach Droder. Zionsville A, Lou Sands. Fort Wayne A, Logan Pozwinski. Munster A, Andrew Kavichkoff. And for Center Grove Aquatic A, Matthew Quadros. Looks like giving Jaguar A run now out in lane 6 is Fort Wayne A with Logan Pozwinski. Jaguar still holding the lead. Lane 2 battling with Fort Wayne for that second spot. Michiana A here on this breaststroke leg. Let's take a look at the butterflyers. For Southeastern A, Zach Marchison. Michiana A, Leo Nye. Franklin Regional A, Seth Russell. Jaguar A, Isaac Wilson. Zionsville A, Gavin Coggin. Fort Wayne A, it'll be Owen Lindsay. Munster A, Victor Batchoff. And for Center Grove A, Sam Smith. All A relays here in this first heat. Looks like Jaguar A is increasing its lead now on this butterfly leg with Wilson. Second place in lane 7. Clear advantage now into second place. And in lane 6, Fort Wayne A. Coming up on the exchange, anchor leg is the freestylers. Here's who's swimming freestyle. Southeastern A, Camden Bailey. Michiana Marlins, Josh Brown. Franklin Regional, Jacob Meinsinger. Jaguar Aquatics, Hugo Ortega. Zionsville, Jake Terrera. Fort Wayne will be Eli Baker. Munster will be Zach Ververlead. And for Center Grove Aquatic, Anthony Quadros. Jaguar Aquatics A still in the lead. I've led this all the way. Second place in lane 6 remains Fort Wayne A. Just under a half a lap to go. Third place now in lane 5, Zionsville. Jaguar Aquatics A is going to win this opening heat. Set the time to beat for the next 3 heats. Winning time for Jaguar, 3:51.53. Jaguar Aquatics A. Second place, lane 6, Fort Wayne A, 353.88. Third place in lane 5, Zionsville A, 356.31. Heat 2 now, the time final, the men's 400-meter medley relay, event 44 of this meet. In lane 1, it'll be Center Grove Aquatic B, led off by Moses Weaver. Lane 2, Boilermaker Aquatics B, led off by Reed Johnson. Lane 3, Fort Wayne B, led off by Benjamin Lopez. Lane 4, Valparaiso A, led off by Heshon Karan Rotney. Lane 5, Zionsville B, led off by Cale McCann. Lane 6 is Munster B, led off by Eli Swafford. Lane 7, Fort Wayne C, Carson Collier on leadoff. And lane 8, Cardinal Community A with Zach Beatty on leadoff. Those are your backstrokers here in Heat 2, men's 400-meter medley relay time final. Looks like the early lead here in lane 4 belongs to Valparaiso A. Heshon Karan Rotney on leadoff. Backstroke right. And tight battle behind him. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers for Center Grove Aquatic B. Gabe Argyris. Boilermaker B, Bryce Hobson. Fort Wayne B, Will Snyder. Valparaiso A, Joey Rogic. Zionsville B, Braden Sari. Munster B, Kenny Reed. Fort Wayne C, Isaac Heller. And for Cardinal Community A, Lucas Magalanes. Big lead early in front half of this race for Valparaiso A in lane 4 here. Time to beat from the first heat is 3:51.53. We have 3 teams battling for second behind Valparaiso A. Looks like in second right now in lane 5 is Zionsville B. Let's take a look at the Butterflyers now for these relays in heat 2. Center Grove Aquatic B, Nikhil Iyer. Boilermaker B, Myron Miller. Fort Wayne B, Jackson Morris. Valparaiso A, Jake Schroeder. Zionsville B, Brandon Silver. Munster B, Jordan Spildy. Fort Wayne C, Everett Loney. And for Cardinal Community A, Henry Coe. Valparaiso running away with things in this heat. They came in with a seat time of 4:02.21. So in second place, Zionsville B in lane 5. Coming up on the anchor legs now, the freestylers. I'll tell you the freestylers here for Center Grove Aquatic B. It'll be Joey Smith. Boilermaker B, Nick Lubin. Fort Wayne B, David Unchezalou. Valparaiso A, George Patterson. Zionsville B, Brady Henshaw. Munster B, Tarek McClarty. Fort Wayne C, Daniel Jones. And for Cardinal Community A, Owen McCormick. Once again, time to beat 3:51.53. George Patterson anchoring things for Valparaiso. He's made his only turn of the race and now heads for home. in lane 4. Great three-way battle for third, top of your screen, going into the final wall, lanes 1 through 3. Valparaiso will not be caught here in this second heat. They're A team. They're going to be just off that time posted in the opening heat of Jaguar A, but a great swim for them in a time of 3:56.98. Getting second in lane 5, Zionsville B in a time of 4:05.40. And winning that battle for third in lane 2, Boilermaker B in a time of 4:10.80. 2 heats left here. And it's 400-meter medley relay. Time final. And heat 3, lane 1 will be Surge A, led off by Gus Upchurch. Lane 3, Brownsburg A, Andrew Schreier on leadoff. Lane 4, Franklin Regional B, led off by Elijah Hall. Lane 5, Flashes Aquatics A, led off by Tyler Shellnut. Lane 6, Duneland A, led off by Aaron Guzzo. And lane 7, Jaguar Aquatics B with Jack Gallup on leadoff. 25 teams in this men's 400-meter medley relay, so 24 will score. Dying to beat 3:51.53 Jaguar Aquatics A in the opening heat. Ready for heat 3 now. 1 heat remaining after this. Like a pretty good start out of lane 7 here. Gallup for Jaguar. On this opening leg of the 400-meter medley relay backstroke. Leading here after the opening 100, the backstroke leg, Jaguar Aquatics B in 7. Here are our breaststrokers. Surge A, it'll be Ethan Lear. Brownsburg A, Shane Kelly. Franklin Regional B, Franco Chirinos. Flashes Aquatics A, Trevor Wiley. Duneland A, Wolf Lutterman. And for Jaguar Aquatics B, Aiden Kaysen. And now making a move, it looks like, here in lane 3 on this breaststroke leg is Boilermaker A with Shane Kelly. Looks like they're still behind Jaguar in 7, but they've clearly established themselves into second place. And here comes, I believe, now lane 5 on the breaststroke leg. Flashes Aquatics A with Trevor Wiley. May have gotten around Boilermaker for that second place. They have. Jaguar B will take the lead into the third leg here, the butterfly leg in lane 7. Here are our butterflyers. For Surge A, it'll be Benjamin Hall. Brownsburg A, Braden Dunbar. Franklin Regional B, Jaden Rowland. Flashes Aquatics A, Noah Sharp. Duneland A, Graydon Peroni. And for Jaguar B, Brady Gray. Jaguar B in lane 7 out in front, ahead of Flashes Aquatics A in lane 5, and I think third place in lane 3 is Boilermaker A. here in this third heat of 4-time final heats, men's 400-meter medley relay. Anchor legs now, the freestylers with Jaguar Aquatics B leading things right now in lane 7. Our freestylers for Surge A, Carter Ramsey, Brownsburg A, Preston Huff, Franklin Regional B, Noah Barnett, Flashes Aquatics A, Colby Sewell, Duneland A, Tyler Scoff, Jaguar Aquatics B, Ben Rocks. Huge lead here, heat 3 for Jaguar Aquatics B in lane 7. They came in with a seed time of 4:25.69. Time to beat is 3:51.53 by their teammates. Jaguar Aquatics A has that time from the opening heat. Well, they won't get that top time, but it's certainly going to win this heat in dominating time. Jaguar Aquatics B. And their time will be 4:07.63. Getting second here in lane 5 will be Flashes Aquatics A, 4:17.74 their time. And in third place in lane 6 was Duneland A, and they finished with a time of 4:22.10. Final heat here. Heat 4, the men's 400-meter medley relay. 3 teams in this final heat. Lane 3 will be Tri-West A, led up by Russ Curry. Lane 4, Fishers Area Swimming Tigers A, led up by Graydon Jones. Lane 5, Terre Haute Torpedoes A, Lambeau Allman will swim backstroke for them. The award ceremony, by the way, for this relay will also take place before the start of finals tonight, both for the women and the men in this event, the 400-meter medley relay. It's like the early lead here on the backstroke leg with about a half a lap to go. Terre Haute A in lane 5, being challenged, though, by Tri-West A in 3. Breaststrokers now up. Tri-West A, it'll be Jonah Taylor. Fishers Area A, Elijah Fishman. And for Terre Haute A, Jack Foster. And Fishman for Fishers Area A has quickly brought his team into contention on this opening 50 in the breaststroke leg. 3-way battle for the lead now. Final heat. Like now the battles between Fishers Area A and 4 and Terre Haute A here. Just under half a lap to go on the breaststroke leg, with Fishers Area A moving into the lead now in lane 4. Butterflyers are up next. Here's who's swimming butterfly in this heat for Tri-West A. Bentley Clay, Fishers Area A, A.J. Adams from Terre Haute Torpedoes A, Timmy O'Rourke with Fisher's Area A out in front here in lane 4. It's again the time to beat, 3:51.53. Jaguar Aquatics A in the opening heat, which was the fastest seeded heat of this relay. Strong butterfly leg here by A.J. Adams as his team has extended its advantage with this leg here. It's second place now in lane 3. Tri-West A coming up on the anchor legs, the freestylers. And they will be for Tri-West A, Jacob Norman, Fisher's Area A, Hagan Lee, and for Terre Haute Torpedoes A, Cooper Watson. Fisher's Area A is going to win this final heat here in lane 4. Great battle for second here. Coming to the wall, lanes 3 and 5. Terre Haute Torpedoes in 5. Tri-West A in 3. Fisher's Area A wins the heat in a time of 4:19.11. And winning that battle for second, lane 5, was the Terre Haute Torpedoes A in a time of 4:27.67. So Jaguar Aquatics A will win that event in a time of 3:51.53, the men's 400-meter medley relay. Another 10-minute break here, and then it'll be event 39, the women's 800-meter freestyle time final. And looks like for the women, are going to have 4 heats of the 800 freestyle time final. The top seeded heat, by the way, which will be heat 1 on the heat sheet, will actually swim tonight with finals. So we'll have heats 2, 3, and 4 for the women. For the men, which will be event 40, we'll start with heat 2 for the men as well. Heat 1 will swim tonight with finals. For the men are going to have 6 heats of the 800 free, so 5 of them will swim in this session. We're going to take a break here and commentary for a few minutes, and we'll come back with the women's 800 freestyle. That'll be heat 2. They're going to alternate between the women and the men, by the way, for the heats of the 800 free. Back in a few minutes. Back with event 39, the women's 800-meter freestyle. I'm going to start with heat 2. Heat 1, the fastest seeded heat, will swim tonight with finals. In heat 2, lane 1 will be Natalie Powers, 15-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2 is Olivia Thompson, 16-year-old from Fishers Area Swimming Tigers. Lane 3, Brooklyn Penn, 15-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 4 is Lainey McCulloch, 15-year-old from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 5, Liz Holds, 15-year-old from Elkhart United. Lane 6 is Emily Hoffman, a 16-year-old from Duneland. Lane 7, Carly Bowles, 18-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. And in lane 8, Samantha Lee, 19-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Ashley Neidig set the meet record in 2017, 8:41.21. Kirsten Meitz holds the association record set in 2021, 8:29.52. This is a time final, so the overall winner can come out of any of these heats and point scoring positions as well. Tony talked to us a little bit about the strategy for the 800-meter free.
I think the strategy has potentially changed a bit because of the new format. With the 1500 being swum on Thursday, they have, Wednesday night actually, right?
Yeah.
They have the opportunity to be able to continue to compete, but also not have to have back-to-back or one-day rest in between multi-distances events. With the 1500 on Wednesday, the shorter of the events is now on Sunday. And it presents a unique scenario for them. The race strategy may be now, since you've had a little more time to recover, to be a little bit more aggressive on the first 400 or build into a more specific, quicker tempo at the halfway point, and then try to almost even split the 800 freestyle. So circumstances, variables change, so does the strategy of the race.
"16-lap race. Each athlete has a lap counter. And they get back to the starting block, and this time they'll have 200 meters down. Looks like out in the middle of the pool here. Early leaders in lanes 3 and 4. Penn in 3 and McCulloch in 4.
4 and 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 and 5. It's McCulloch in 4 and Holds in 5.
One of the things that we notice in these particular heats, as you see, that the times are potentially, entry times have been swum maybe a long period of time ago. So when you see the athletes spread out, they're close in time on paper, but they may not have swum this event in quite a period of, maybe since last summer, or even qualified with a yard time from March. And you see that in heat number 3, which is the heat we're on now. There's 3 swimmers entered at yard times. We do our best to try to get a good snapshot of your swimmers in each one of the heats, following the leaders. Watch the scoreboard. If you are watching from home, lane 1 is at the top of your screen, lane 8 at the bottom of your screen. A little bit of a quicker tempo race than the 1500, but this event is not offered often. So this is maybe a championship meet only for many of these swimmers. Occasionally a club team may do a super splash or something to have the 800 free to get their athletes a little bit better feel for the race. But again, when you were talking about strategy is learned through repetition. Not always going to be done in practice. It can set up the race plan, but they've got to execute in a race.
In the lead here in lane 4 is McCulloch from Westfield Aquatics.
We'll see a lot of names that we were speaking about on Wednesday night. Seems such a long time ago when I say Wednesday night, right?
Yeah, a lot of swimming in between, that's for sure. Coming up on the halfway point at the starting block end this time. 16-lap race with Lainey McCulloch from Westfield Aquatics out in front. Looks like maybe a battle for second here. Outer lanes 1 and 8 here in heat 2 of the women's 800-meter freestyle. Natalie Powers in 1 and Samantha Lee in 8.
Natalie Powers seems to be building into the front half of this race. Let's keep an eye on her on the back half.
We start this second 400 now.
Go back to the comment I made earlier about what does short course yards teach you and long course meters teach you. 800 freestyle is closer to that, you know, the sister of the 1,000 freestyle. Not necessarily a race that's swum often in short course yards, but many of these athletes have swum the 500 freestyle. And as they get through certain components of prepping for this race, the 400 free, the 500 yard freestyle are ways that they do prepare for the 800, gaining that experience.
McCulloch from Westfield continuing to lead out in lane 4. She's led all the way here of this second heat. Heat 1 again swims tonight with finals. The women will end up having a total of 4 heats in this event. It's like second place now in lane 1. Clearly in second place is Powers. About a body length behind McCulloch.
You usually do a pretty good job of keeping track of those times that are swum in the morning. So when the final heat is swum at night, we pretty much know who's going to be on the podium, and it may be some of these young ladies. And it is an Olympic event. Both the 1,500 and the 800 meter freestyles are now both Olympic events for women's swimming. And we watched throughout the 1,500, we watched a lot of swimmers making up ground in between the flags. But then the leaders will take advantage of those turns and accelerate off their walls and kind of almost regain the distance that maybe they've lost in between the flags on their leads.
4 laps to go now for your leader here. In lane 4, Laney McCulloch from Westfield, a 15-year-old. And now we've got a battle for second here. Powers in lane 1 and Samantha Lee in lane 8. And also we've got battles elsewhere as well, looks like for 4th and through 6th as well. So great battles across the pool here.
And that's a blessing to have a race within a race sometimes. We noted in the 1500s having their coaches on the sidelines when your right side breathing going that up and down towards the scoreboard helped quite a few of our athletes pick up the pace. Particularly the ones where the coaches ran up and down the pool with them, right?
Yeah. Coming up on 2 laps to go. This will be the bell lap here.
Well, we saw something in the 1500 where even with the bell lap or the counters down at the other end, we saw 2 swimmers actually stop. Yeah. More focused on racing each other than I think they were about, where they were.
McCulloch with the lead in 4. Looks like in second place in lane 1 is Natalie Powers, followed by Samantha Lee in lane 8. Those are your top 3 here. Heat 2, the women's 800 meter freestyle.
One of the questions that I'm asked by coaches, and particularly coaches who have swimmers in distance events, is what's the temperature of the water? It's these young folks, the only way that they cool off in the race is with cool water. They're not swimming outside, obviously, and that can even be more of a problem in the summertime. But that temperature from 78 to 79 degrees in a competition pool is something that helps these athletes stay cool during their distance events. We've been in pools that have been up over 80 degrees. And those athletes are overheating, within those distance swims.
Looks like Laney McCulloch is going to take this heat 2 of the women's 800 meter freestyle. Again, fastest heat will swim tonight with finals, but she'll set the time to beat for the rest remaining heats in this event.
Top 2 swimmers are 15-year-olds, which is a good sign for us.
McCulloch winning time, 9:42.03. And getting second was Powers in lane 1, 9:47.57. And in third place at the bottom of your screen was Samantha Lee, 9:49.60. As I said, we're going to alternate between the women and the men's heats here. And so we're going to have heat 2 of the men's 800-meter freestyle. Heat 1, fastest seeded heat, will swim with finals tonight. Heat 2 of the men. In lane 1, it'll be Landon Lewis, 15-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2 is Jack Jones, 17-year-old from Greater Evansville. Lane 3 is Brody Chop, 18-year-old from Fishers area. Lane 4, Michael Esden, 20-year-old from Jaguar Aquatics. Lane 5, Joshua Pendleton, 15-year-old from Club Olympia. Lane 6 is William Lathrop, 17-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Hayden Tedhams, 17-year-old from the Highland Hurricane Swim Club. And in lane 8, Alex Harrell, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Once again, 16 lengths of the pool. Your meet record was set in 2007 by Sergey Visenko Jr., 8:06.14 that time. Your association record is held by Luke Whitlock, set in 2024, 7:45.19. Of course, Luke swam in the Olympics in Paris last summer.
One advantage that many of the coaches have, this goes back to swimming multiple events in a day, coaches can do a preferred heat. When they check in their athletes, they can put a check mark next to an athlete, such as a Josh Pendleton as an example, say that even though Josh's time is fast enough to swim at night, we want him to swim in the morning. He's got another heat or another event that he wants to focus on. And Josh, as an example, we've talked about how he's really become an up-and-comer, making a quick transition from age group to senior swimming. I think he was third in the 1500. But now he's swimming in the morning, not in the fastest heat at night, but potentially, preparing for another event. And yes, his time could be fast enough to be able to score in the top 8 anyway. He's just not racing against those physical people.
Early on here in heat 2 for the men in the 800 free. It looks like early lead in lane 5 being established, as Tony just mentioned, by Joshua Pendleton.
And we've called out a lot of the 15, 16-year-olds that we've seen over the weekend that have, that was noticeable that they made a quick transition from age group swimming and maybe being one of the top dogs to racing the fastest competition and getting on their heels and be right in the hunt and say, I'm not afraid of you. I said, I've trained hard, and this is where I'm going to show that I belong in all age groups, working towards that national level. Josh will be one of the next ones that qualifies for those junior nationals at one point. We've called off a lot of these names over the weekend. And we're going to see some pretty good back halves, if I recall correctly. We're going to see some pretty good back halves. Keep an eye on lane number 7 right now. Out of Highland, it's Tedhams.
Pendleton continuing to lead here on lane 5. Second place in lane 6 is Lathrop from the Carmel Swim Club. Looks like third place in lane 4, Esden.
Nice quick turns over there in lane number 5 by Edson. He's 20-year-old, has some collegiate experience, knowing that he has to be strong on the wall. And, just stay strong on the walls. Everybody thinks it's about your push-off and your kicking. It's the quickness and the ability to be able to turn quickly as well. Coming into the 400, be interesting to compare 400s in this heat. Our leaders' first 400 compared to the second 100, see how close they can come to even splitting or negative splitting.
Coming up on the halfway mark. Pendleton's led all the way so far in lane 5. Still in second place, Lathrop and Wayne 6, halfway through the race, 16-lap race.
Josh comes in with a 8:42 as the time. He's on pace to go a little faster than that. Out 4:17. This is where the race strategy comes in. You know, you talk about the general race strategy that swimmers have, then you talk about the specific plan. And what do we see Josh do right on this first 100? You know, after his midway split, you can see him increasing his tempo. The one thing we don't want to see happen is when they increase that tempo that they lose efficiency and burn up their legs too quickly. As long as he stays long and efficient, he's going to have a great closing speed at the end.
Still Pendleton in the lead, followed by Lathrop in 6th, and 3rd place in lane 4, Michael Esden. And 4th place here at the bottom of the screen, lane 8, is Alex Harrell here in Heat 2, men's 800 free.
You know, Lathrop's just kind of quiet sitting over there, but, you know, he may have some good closing speed at the end. Keep an eye on him. You know, good 800 swimmers know you don't need to make a splash. You need to be able to bring it home. Lathrop getting some pretty good distance per stroke of his own. It looks like he's still got fresh legs. See if he challenges Josh.
Coming up on 4 laps to go here for your leader, Joshua Pendleton in lane 5 from Club Olympia. As Tony said, a 15-year-old.
See coach on the sideline trying to get him to increase his tempo a little bit, trying to get him to build harder into the last 200. Coaches have specific signals that they have for the athlete. Majority of the time the athletes are looking for something to be able to focus on, just to keep their mind off where their body is in the water, if it hurts, whatever the case may be, if they don't have a race. But Josh has got a pretty good race out there. Bottom of our screen in 4th place, is that Harrell?
That is Alex Harrell, yes.
Yeah, we've called his name as
Carmel
well.
Swim Club. Joshua Pendleton's going to get the bell here at the starting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You watch the rhythm they get into, and all of a sudden they know it's closing speed time, and their bodies raise up in the water a little bit. It's noticeable by coaches who see them swim every day. They got coach's eye. You know, they know when they make a little tweak in their stroke, what's happening.
2 laps to go for Pendleton. Getting the bell here in 2nd place in the heat is Lathrop in lane 6, and now the bell for Edston in lane 4 as well.
All right, so let's keep an eye on these times. We saw 9:42 for the women and 9:47, which are going to be times that may challenge for a top 8 spot tonight. Let's see what the men can pick up here early in the day. Give those guys at night something to shoot for. The challenge about swimming at night is you know what's coming. You know what you got to do. These guys don't.
Pendleton sprinting for home now. In lane 5, half a lap to go.
You can see how his body is raised up in the water just within the last 150. Body position changed. His focus on his stroke changed. His best time was 9:42.
8:42.31.
8:42.
So he's going to be under that. His winning time here is 8:34.95.
Nice challenge there by Edson at the end, but here Lathrop held him off.
Lathrop got 2nd in lane 6, 8:42.65. Edson 3rd, 8:44.13 in that opening heat. Getting 4th here at the bottom of your screen in lane 8, Harrell, 8:57.28. So 8:34.95 becomes the time to beat in this event by Joshua Pendleton.
Let's take a look at Josh's splits. 4:17. 4:17. So when you were asking how do we swim the race, I think he just showed us. Nice race plan there by him and Coach Jennifer Brennick.
All right, we're going to move now to heat 3, women's 800-meter freestyle. In lane 1, Audrey Wandling, 18-year-old from Irish Aquatics. Lane 2, Emma Choate, 16-year-old from the Valparaiso Swim Club. Lane 3 will be Abby Jane Abbott, 15-year-old from Fishers Area, Swimming Tigers. Lane 4, Rylan Banta, 16-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 5, Lily Wolf, 20-year-old from Washington Township Swim Club. Lane 6, Lizzie Williams, 20-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 7 is Elsie Tips, 14-year-old from Wind Tidal Wave. And in lane 8, Molly Sincroft, 15-year-old from Flashes Aquatics. Time to beat is 9:42:03 from heat 2, the previous heat in this session for the women, and belonging to Lainey McCulloch that time.
So the entire heat in the water right now was seated with yard cutoff time. The meters senior champion time for women in the 800 freestyle is 10:02. So they're looking to try to hit that time of 10:02, so they actually qualify for next year's meet. With a meters time, helps them with their seating. That's how many of our folks get into that top 8. It's by hitting a meters time. You won't really get into top 8 very rarely with a yards time and a meters meet.
Early lead here in this heat, established by Tibbs in lane 7, 14-year-old.
You know that when you ask coaches, how do you train your distance swimmers? And most coaches will give the traditional, well, we do this many type sets with this type of distance. But realistically, they're training them every set. When you think about what Josh Pendleton just did in even split, negative split, every time you come to the end of a set that's a descending set and you're going fast at the end, or somewhere whether you're going a build swim to set up a race, you're doing a takeout swim effort-wise, and they become more in sequence with what the coaches make those challenges to them. They have something to relate it to. So everything plays into how they race. In particular, we'll watch the turns in this heat and see who keeps the lead off the walls, not necessarily just in between the flags.
Tibbs continuing to lead here in lane 7. Battle for second, lanes 5 and 6 here in this heat. Wolf in 5 and Williams in 6.
Maybe a back half swim in here somewhere for this group.
It looks like they got I think they have the lap counter for Tibbs has it wrong, I think.
Oh, no. No, don't say that.
He had 7 and everyone else has 5, so.
Usually the official that's counting on the corners will say something if they see that happen, because they're actually doing the counting on the side as well. And they'll come over and say something, but I didn't see any movements there. Keep an eye on with that if they go back to the 7 or stay with it.
Yeah, we'll see on this one. 6 laps complete now for your leader, Tibbs, in lane 7. 10 laps to go.
.10:02:09 is a long course senior champs meters cut. And many of our swimmers got to be under 5 minutes on the way out, which I think we'll see here.
Yeah, it looks like Tibbs is going to see 7 twice down there at the far end of the pool from the lap counter. Hopefully she's counting as well. So,
I've actually seen it happen where somebody will say, "I want you to be 2 laps ahead."
okay.
And it gives me a focus. It worked for the kid. Coach was really confused, but it worked for the kid.
Coming up on the halfway mark here. Tibbs has led all the way so far here in lane 7, heat 2, or actually heat 3 for the women in the 800-meter free. Second heat in this session for the women.
Keep an eye out there on lane number 3. It's Averett, Abby-Jane Averett. She's had some good back half swims.
Second place behind Tibbs here at the halfway mark in lane 5. Wolf from Washington Township. And then Averett, as Tony talked about, in lane 3 in a battle for third with Williams in lane 6.
So she was, the leader was 8:52, is that right? On pace to go to the senior champs cut. And again, what does that take? Takes one of those mentalities, the even split, negative split. But you're after fourth on the back half here. Coming on strong, looks like lane number 5. Wolf making a move.
Looks like she's almost within the body length now of Tibbs.
You know, and it's, you know, the kids get out there in a practice and they're making it a game that they chase people up and down the pool, find somebody to race. They do the same thing in the race itself. So having a race and playing little games where I want to be this far ahead, they're watching themselves in the red zone to see how close they are. Not so much out in the pool, they can't tell, but when they're underwater, they can see, okay, well, now this person is halfway there and I'm halfway there. They can really find ways to gauge where they are next to their competition.
Abby-Jane Averett in lane 3 has moved into third here, behind Tibbs and Wolf.
Young ladies are swimming straight in the lane, and you know, people will say, well, what's that mean? I mean, isn't that what they're not supposed to do? Doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes they're out there just swimming free and racing. Their bodies take over the mentality of what do I do every day, and that's down the right side, back to the left side.
Coming up on 4 laps to go here.
These two could easily push each other to that senior championships long course cut at 10:02.
And Wolf is pulling up alongside Tibbs in lane 5, coming into the wall here. 4 laps to go. Looks like moving into 4th place in lane 1 here is Wandling from Irish Aquatics. Wolf has definitely got the lead now, coming off the far turn. No lap coming up.
Good race strategy there by Lily Wolf from Washington Township.
There's a bell lap for Willie Wolf in lane 5. Like ended up lane 4. So second place is Tibbs. Third place looks like it's in lane 3. That's Averett. Final turn coming up for Lily Wolf. Time to beat is 9:42.03. Not going to think she'll get that, but every second she can get in there quicker. Obviously, it's a time final. Gives her a shot to score points in this event.
10:02:09 is the meters cut.
And Lily Wolf wins this heat in a time of 9:50.16. And in second place was lane 7 Tibbs, 9:53.70 for her. Getting third in lane 1, Wanling, 9:59.76.
Four swimmers in that heat got the senior champs long course senior summer cut, so that's pretty solid swims there. And our winner in that heat, Lily Wolf, pretty much even split that her 400s on that swim. I think she's had some experience with that.
Coming up next, it'll be heat 3 for the men in the 800-meter free. In lane 1, it'll be Reese Domkowski, 16-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 2, Kieran Benson, 17-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Jordan Spildy, 21-year-old from the Munster Swim Club. Lane 4, Sam Hall, 16-year-old from the Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Carson Collier, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 6 is Isaac Heller, 17-year-old from Fort Wayne. Lane 7, Carter Ramsey, 18-year-old from Surge. And in lane 8 is his teammate, Gus Upchurch. Gus is a 19-year-old. Time to beat from the heat 2, first heat of this session for the men, was 8:34.95, posted by Joshua Pendleton. That is the time beat. Like a big early lead here being established by Benson in lane 2 by Carmel Swim Club on this opening 100.
Everybody, all the 8 swimmers in this heat do have meters cuts. Do have meters qualifying cuts coming into this championship.
Benson out in front in lane 2. Looks like second place in lane 5 here in this heat is Collier from Fort Wayne. The 200-meter wall here coming up. It is still Benson in lane 2 with the lead. Followed in lane 5 by Collier. Battle for third here, lanes 3 and 4 going into the 200-meter wall. Spildy in 3 and Hall in 4. I see a couple lap counters off down there on this heat as well. One lap counter had 3 and another one had 7.
I need you to go down there and straighten those guys out. Holy cow. I wouldn't want to be the guy in the water that's going, what? I could see somebody stop and say, get it right.
6 laps complete now for your leader here in lane 2. And he's went right after this that pace right after off the start. Kieran Benson going out strong in the opening 400.
Let's keep an eye on that time. He may go out somewhere close to what Josh Pendleton did. Now, Josh won an amazing race, but let's keep an eye on Kieran's time because he may challenge it. From the looks of where he is right now in the race.
All right, looks like we've got the lap counters straightened out here. Everybody's got 7 now.
Rachel standing up down at the end, taking a look at When they start shaking their heads, we know what's going on. This could be a challenge. Let's see what happens at the 400 now. See if he can maintain that stroke distance throughout the rest of the race here. He's got a really good swim split coming in. 420, a little bit off of what Josh was. 420 is a split, but he's going to be close.
Halfway through is Benson, second place in lane 5, continuing to be Collier in that battle for third. Got a body length behind Collier now. Spildy and Hall, lanes 3 and 4 continuing on.
Some good back half swims starting up over there. You saw the momentum. Particularly in lane number 3. You mentioned Spildy. He's collegiate age, so he's had some experience at swimming distance races, maybe a little bit more than some of the 15, 16-year-olds.
Time to beat by Pendleton in the first heat in this session was 8:34.95.
Well, let's give Collier some props because he saw those guys coming and he started picking up his pace going into the back half of the race.
6 laps to go now for your leader in lane 2 here, Kieran Benson, the 17-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. And we may have a 3-way battle for second here shortly. Second place still belongs to Collier, but Spildy and Hull are coming on him here.
Collier picked up his head and took a quick sneak peek going into that turn about where his competition was. Kieran Benson, lane number 2, still our leader out there. Setting a pretty solid pace. May not be as fast as the fastest time so far, but he's going to put up a time that could challenge for a scoring position.
Coming up on 4 laps to go now for Kieran Benson. He's led this heat all the way. Looks like now moving into second place here in lane 3. And coming up on 4 laps to go is Spildy from Munster. And now into third in lane 4 is Sam Hall.
Called Sam's name quite a bit as well. Always has good closing speed. Got some good races over here in 6, 7, and 8. They're all bunched up right with each other. Got to pick up time on turns. That's how you get closer and closer to your competition.
Kieran Benson in lane 2, about a half a lap away from getting the bell here. And Hall moving right up now, challenging Spildy for that second spot here in this heat. That's battle for second, lanes 3 and 4. Here's the bell for your leader, Kieran Benson, in lane 2. Hall and Spildy going to get the bell here. Lanes 3 and 4. And Collier does as well. He's in 4th place in lane 5.
Race is on. Lane 1 kind of got left out there on his own, but Dombrowski's having a nice swim too.
Final turn coming up far into the pool here for Kieran Benson. Lane 2, and he'll head for home.
Let's keep an eye on the races within the races here. Your leader trying to post a time that's going to potentially get him into good scoring position.
That battle for second is strong right now. Coming up a half lap to go here between Spildy and Hall. Kieran Benson is headed to the finish here. We'll see what his winning time here is in heat 3. And it's going to be 8:56.03 for him. And then winning that battle for second looks like it'll be Sam Hall in lane 4 in this heat. And 9:07.67 for Sam and 9:08.17 for Jordan Spildy.
Some races going on here, 6, 7, and 8. But lane number 7, Ramsey, really picked up on that last 100.
So top time continues to be Joshua Pendleton, 8:34.95 on the men's side. We move to heat number 4 for the women in the 800 free. This will be the final heat for the women in this session. Again, heat 1 will swim tonight with finals. In heat 4 for the women, in lane 1 will be Kennedy York, 17-year-old from the Brownsburg Swim Club. Lane 3, Brindley Shea Yoder, 15-year-old from Concord Swim Club. Lane 4, Tatum O'Rourke, 15-year-old from the Terre Haute Torpedoes. Lane 5, Netta Weiser, 15-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 6 is Maddie Bumps, 19-year-old from the Washington Township Swim Club. And in lane 7, Lexi Adams, a 15-year-old from Fishers Area Swimming Tigers. Time to beat from heat 2 belongs to Laney McCulloch from Westfield, 9:42.03. Your top seed, by the way, tonight for the women, for heat 1 swimming with finals, will be Sabrina Ledwith from the Carmel Swim Club with her seed time 9:07.15.
Interesting thing when you're reading off the records and Luke Whitlock's record as an example. You don't do it in the same day, but in the Olympic trials, you're swimming the distance events twice. You're swimming the 800 twice, you're swimming the 1500 twice, and they give you a day or so in between to recover. But, you know, you've got to race fast enough in your preliminary round to make the top 8. So there's no skating through at Olympic trials. So Luke Whitlock had to go really strong 800 freestyle in preliminary round to make it to the top 8 to even have a shot to get on the team. So when they, you know, these folks are out in the water right now and they're swimming it once. And when you get into those higher level meets, it's a much bigger challenge than what people know about. And the level of racing fast that they're swimming at.
Of course, the 2028 U.S. Olympic swim trials are going to be back in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium. Early lead here in this heat in lane 2 is York from the Brownsburg Swim Club. York leading in lane 2, and it looks like in second place here in this heat, right below here in lane 3 is Brindley Shea Yoder.
She has a sister that's also Brindley Shea. Or Brindley Yoder. So it's the middle names that separate them.
Coming upon 6 laps complete here. 10 to go here in this race for your leader. York from Brownsburg, lane 2.
It's also one of those events where you can see consistent improvement. So how would a coach, you know, you think about this the meet itself, how would a coach know what to tell an athlete in the 800 what time to shoot for in the meet that they know is their taper meet? Well, they already swam it. They swam it within the 1500. So now they're giving them a tangible goal. Even though it was in the 1500, they know they're building it through. It may not be, you know, their fastest effort at the 800, but they gave them something. And, all right, I want you to beat this time. And now all of a sudden they go, yeah, well, I can beat that time. So they find ways to be able to relate one swim to the next, give the athlete tangible goals. Here's what you were holding in the 1500. I want you to hold 1 second faster per 100 in the 800. And that's what I'm going to, you know, signal you from the sidelines. If you're on that 100 pace that I want you to be on, you got both hands in the air. You know you're on it.
Side by side for the lead here halfway through this race. Lane 2, Kennedy York, and lane 3, Brindley Shea Yoder. Like back in third place here in lane 5 is Netta Weiser from Greenfield Community.
Lane number 3 over there. That is Brindley Shea Yoder picking up the pace. Coach Tom Johnson from Concord over there has always had a good tradition of, you know, athletes swimming great middle distance all the way up to open water nationals. So these kids are prepared. Not, you know, you say that, okay, well, how does Tom do it? Well, Tom's got a 10-lane, 25-yard pool. So how does he prepare these guys so well in long course?
Yoder with the lead now. Brindley Shea Yoder's taken off now in this heat.
And that goes back to the race plan that Tom Johnson put together for her. Said at the 400, here's what we're going to do. And now he's got both arms up going, you're doing exactly what I asked you to do. Keep going. Don't slow down now.
By the way, the top seed tonight is actually going to be Claire Parsons for Torpedo, seed time 8:59.81. Ledwith will be the number 2 seed in the fastest seeded heats from the nightly finals. Starting to lane 5 now.
Yep.
Weiser.
There she comes.
She's coming on too now in the back half here.
She's just been kind of gradually doing it. You know, she didn't make a big jump anywhere. I thought she was going to do it at the 400, but now she's, you know, going a little faster, a little faster, a little faster on the back half.
4 laps to go now for your leader in lane 2, Brindley Shea Yoder. Still in second place is York in lane 2. Third place in lane 5, Weiser. Time to beat from the first heat of this session for the women, the 800 free, 9:42.03 by Lainey McCulloch. Coming up on the bell lap here for the leader in this heat, Brindley Shea Yoder. In lane 3. Looks like Netta Weiser now in lane 5 has moved into second place. And she gets the bell here in lane 5. Third place in lane 2 getting the bell as well, Kennedy York.
Kind of show you how swimming's evolved over the years. I mean, now we have a bell over every lap, every lane, instead of just one. And years ago, there used to be a gun that went off when there was 100 left. I think they stopped that after I actually saw a starter shoot the gun and fall into the water right next to the swimmer. That was
quite a shock to the swimmer.
Oh, yeah. All right. Brinley Shea Yoder has really put the hammer down on the back half. The time coming in was a yard time, so we'll take and see what she goes in meters.
And the winning time in this heat for Brinley Shea Yoder is going to be 10:00:86. And second place will be Netta Weiser in lane 5, 10:10:46 for her. And third place in this heat in lane 2, Kennedy York, 10:15:55. So 9:42:03 by McCulloch will be the time to beat tonight by our fastest seeded heat in the women's 800 free. I've got 3 heats left in this session, all for the men. Next will be heat 4 for the men in the 800 free relay. Lane 1 will be Jack Campbell, 16-year-old from the Washington Township Swim Club. Lane 2, Brady Wright, 17-year-old from the Zionsville Swim Club. Lane 3, Franco Chirinos, 19-year-old from Franklin Regional. Lane 4, Cam Lasley, 15-year-old Capital Aquatics. Lane 5, Bryce Salvadori, 15-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 6 will be Lucas Barnes, 17-year-old from the Crown Point Swim Club. Lane 7, Hagan Lee, 16-year-old from Fishers area. And in lane 8, Wolf Lutterman, 17-year-old from Duneland. Time to beat remains 8:34:95 by Joshua Pendleton, the opening swim for the men in the 800 free in this session.
I think we'll see a couple swimmers in this heat maybe reach a time that might score in that top 16.
Early lead belongs to Chirinos in lane 3 from Franklin Regional.
Decided he wants some TV time. That's what the kids will come up sometimes. They'll say to us before the webcast, hey, keep an eye on me. I'm going to go out hard on here just so we get some TV time, and you got to mention my name on the broadcast.
Perhaps Wright from Zionsville wants some TV time too, because he's going to move up and challenge Chirinos now here early in this race in lane 2.
Guys are getting at it pretty hard for an 800, so we'll see. Keep an eye on them lap counters. Don't want anybody miscounting again. Somebody will forget what the lap is, and they'll look over at the other guy, and the other guy makes a mistake, and you put both of you put the same one.
Yep.
No, they kind of settled in. They used that first 50 to get the TV time. Now they've kind of settled in a little bit into their stroke rate.
Right. The leader in lane 2. Open-handed turn there in lane 3 by Chirinos.
He's good. He got a problem with his goggles potentially, you know. I see kids do that when they're trying to do a quick fix because their goggle dropped down and got water in it. Keep an eye down here in lane number 7. I'm sorry, yeah, that's Hagan Lee.
From Fishers area.
I remember calling Lutterman's name as well this weekend out in lane number 8. Okay, well, Brady Wright, we know Brady from a lot of other events, and he is setting the standard here.
Yeah, Hagan Lee has settled into a race pace here in lane 7. Looks pretty controlled right now. It's about a half body length behind Wright.
Zionsville men have had a really good meet. Well, I mean, Zionsville overall has had a pretty good meet. Their young ladies are swimming well also. And, you know, it's not, they've set a record in a relay, against college guys. I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
But they've also had some really solid swims where you look back at it and you see, and you're calling the races, you see the green cap, whatever, and see that they're racing hard, getting into positions to score and medal.
Upon the halfway mark of this race at the starting block end this time. Battle for the lead here in this heat. Wright in 2 and Lee in 7.
All right, nice little race going. I don't know if they can see each other, but they're there.
Third place now in this heat in lane 5 is Bryce Salvadori from the Southeastern Swim Club.
4:22. You know, it's interesting. This is sometimes in this type of a race, you look at this is where these kids get their first experience at maybe being on a podium, or first experience with a medal, whatever the case, or scoring. Is through races like this, because they're growing and developing. And if the aerobic base is good coming out of and skill levels coming out of the age group level, and they hit this meet, they continue to improve. I always look at it and people will go, well, we're not fast enough. No, you're not fast enough now, but you're going to grow longer than everybody else. You're going to improve longer than everybody else that grows faster than you early.
Looks like Wright increased his advantage a little bit over Lee over that last 100 meters here. Coming into the wall with 6 laps to go.
I think Wright's got a little bit of advantage on the turns, and Lee is just tougher than nails in between the flags, so we'll see. Salvador is nice and smooth. Looks like he's really high on top of the water. Look at his turn, way out past the flags.
4th place down in the bottom of your screen here in lane 8 is Lutterman from Dunlop.
These two still battling now, but I think you're right. I think Brady Wright kind of made a little bit of a improvement on this last 150 or so. Let's keep an eye on our top 2 swimmers here. Lanes 2 and 7.
Four laps to go for your leader, Brady Wright in lane 2. And also as well for Hagen Lee here in lane 7 in 2nd place.
Brady was 4:22 on his first 400. Let's see if he can hit that that somewhere around that 4:25 range on his second half. See what kind of time he can throw down.
Brady's going to get the bell. This starting block end this time by.
Pretty solid. Sometimes you want, when coaches are doing a preferred heat, whether they want to swim in the morning or not, they have to prove it with a time. So maybe he could have been in there with the heat number 1, but he didn't have a time to get him in, if that makes sense.
Yeah. 2 laps left for Wright. Lane 2. Hagen Lee gets the bell. He's in 2nd place in this heat and out in lane 7.
Having a good swim as well. Here comes Salvador in the middle.
Price from Southeastern Swim Club in 3rd place. He's going to get the bell here in lane 5. And I don't know if Lutterman hasn't anything left here to make a run at Salvador or not here in lane 8. He gets the bell. He's in 4th. Final turn for your leader right at the far end of the pool is complete.
Here, Brady Wright can be in the 840s. Oh, look at this kick. Oh, this first thing coach is going to tell him when he gets out of the water. You had too much left. What about that closing speed? See what he goes.
Maybe a little off of the 8:34.95 at Pendleton, but this has been a great swim here for Brady Wright. He's going to get in there and stop the clock in a time of 8:48.71.
422, 426 on his 400s. Nice swim for Hagan Lee.
Yep, got second in the heat, 8:56.96. And Salvadori will get third here in lane 5 in the heat. And 9:12.76. Letterman fourth here in lane 8, 9:17.42 for Wolf. By the way, in the top seeded heat tonight with swimming with finals, Lucas Biller will be the top seed from the Carmel Swim Club. 8:22.28 is his seed time. Next up is Heat 5 for the men here in the 800 freestyle. In lane 1, it'll be Andrew Thompson, 19-year-old from the Southeastern Swim Club. Lane 2 is Max Schroeder, a 13-year-old from the Indiana Swim Club. Lane 3, Austin Pritz, 15-year-old from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 5, Jaga Pogba, 17-year-old from Pace Setter. Lane 5, Zach Groninger, 15-year-old from Greenfield Community. Lane 6 is Ethan Johnson, 18-year-old from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Shane Kelly, 16-year-old from the Brownsburg Swim Club. Lane 8, Zachy Akhtar, 15-year-old from Fishers area. I don't know if Max intends on swimming this event next weekend at the age group state championships in Indianapolis, the IU Auditorium, but if he does, good practice here this weekend.
Well, he's at home. This is where he's from. So get out there and get some more experience, never hurts. Or he's picking the 1500 in other events, you know. You see some of the age group kids drop in here and put down a time in an event they won't be swimming next weekend.
Okay. Early lead here in lane 3 is Pritz from Boilermaker after the opening 100.
Now lane number 1 is Andrew Thompson. He is the son of Coach Jeff Thompson, who's on the sidelines, probably going to walk him through this race. Lane number 1. Lane number 3 is Austin Pritz. I was just kind of had him on my mind after watching him swim the other day. Went and talked to his coach about his swim. Pretty solid swim in the 1500.
He's got the early lead against the time to beat, 8:34.95. Josh Pendleton, first heat for the men here in this session. Now moving up a little bit on Austin now here is Thompson, who Tony talked about just a moment ago. It's the battle for the lead.
You know, when coaches see great efficiency, I'm watching Pritz, and I think the reason why I watch him is I just think he's very efficient. Great rotation, just really keeps a good, solid balance to his stroke, which gives him the ability to improve in a lot of areas, but great distance per stroke for this kind of an event. I remember us watching the last couple heats of the 1500 on Wednesday night, and those were some of the best races we saw.
Yeah, we had some match races develop in a lot of those later heats.
Yeah. Anything that, you know, we're calling these races and we see some things out front, we always try to share them with you, what we're seeing.
Thompson out in front of Pritz. Thompson in 1, Pritz in 3, and in third place in lane 5 is Groninger.
Thompson, one of the most decorated water polo players in his former high school. I think he was like a scoring champion.
Halfway mark coming up here in this race for your leader, Andrew Thompson, in lane 1. Starting to increase his advantage a little bit, it looks like.
When the coaches get a little bit more animated, we know they're doing well, right?
Yeah, Max Schroeder now in lane 2. He's looking like he's coming on a little bit. He's
doing
looks like
okay,
getting into
right?
a battle for third with Groninger here at the halfway mark.
He's kind of grown from the age grouper that he was the last time we were here in 2022 for this meet. He's grown quite a bit. Could be somebody challenged for some spots next weekend for sure. Coaches use the splits on the scoreboard, final results, to be able to talk athletes through race strategies for the future. They say, okay, here's what we were looking to do. Here's what you actually did. Now, why did this happen? And then they break it down. It's not that it wasn't just about his effort or their effort. It's about, are you making mistakes on walls? Did you kind of go out too hard, not too fast, to be able to finish the race out? So a lot of tools down there that the coaches use.
6 laps to go. The best battle is, well, there's 2 really, lanes 3 and 5, and also 6 and 7 going out. But 3 and 5 for third place is Schroeder, or 2 and 4 rather. 2 and 4 Schroeder, and that's Pogba.
I think there are coaches that really enjoy watching the distance swims because you can see what you've helped the athlete develop come to life. It's 50 freestyle, something different. This is where you can actually work with an athlete, talk to them, strategize with them. There's enough involved in the race itself that you're able to relate to the next swimmer. And you use that tool if you've got a pretty dynamic distance kid, you're able to share that.
First place continuing to be Andrew Thompson. Second place here in lane 3, Austin Pritz. And here's your battle for thirds, lanes 2 and 4. It's Max Schroeder in 2 and Jaga Pogba in 4. And then back in 5th and 5th place in lane 5 is Groninger.
7 and 8 having a pretty good battle. We talk about those races within the races. We saw 7, 8. Excuse me, not 7 and 8, 6 and 7.
Bell lap coming up next time by for your leader, Andrew Thompson in 1.
As you've mentioned more than once, had a lot of outside smoke in lanes 1 and 8 swim well in this meet.
Bell for Andrew Thompson, the 19-year-old from Southeastern Swim Club. Time to beat 8:34.95. Austin Pritz second place in lane 3 from Boilermaker. He gets the bell, and Max Schroeder has now definitely moved into third by about a body length in lane 2. Ahead of Pogba.
Quick turn. Young man knows how to turn. Christmas time in July.
Final turn far into the pool for the leader in the heat here, Andrew Thompson.
I think previous heat, Brady Wright went 8:48.71. Let's see how close Andrew Thompson gets to that time.
15 meters left now for Andrew Thompson in this race. And his winning time in the heat is going to be 8:54.66. Second place in the heat in lane 3 will be Austin Pitts, 9:06.25. And the 13-year-old Max Schroeder is going to get third in the heat in lane 2 in a time of 9:12.46.
Nice swim, nice time drop.
One heat left here in this session. It's heat 6 of the men's 800 free. And we'll have 3 athletes here in heat 6. Lane 3 will be Tyler Watkins, 16-year-old from Avon Community. Lane 4, Lambo Allman, 15-year-old from Terre Haute Torpedoes. And in lane 5, Caleb McCoy, 16-year-old from Fishers Area Swimming Tigers. 16 lengths of the pool here. The 800 free.
So as you mentioned, this is a time final event, which means there are one heat of each gender tonight. So no scoring is done until that heat completes, and then awards will be presented later in the evening tonight. So if one of these gentlemen from the morning session happens to go a time fast enough, they will receive their medal this evening. But they don't know until that session is over.
After the opening 100 here, it looks like it'll be lane 4 with the early lead. That's Allman from the Terre Haute Torpedoes. Now moving up now, challenging Allman here. On this second 100 is McCoy from Fishers Area.
It's like he's building into that first 200. It's kind of what we saw in the 1500s. Nice little match races setting everything up. Tonight we start out with a very special, we do the awards for the awarded relays that were swum this morning, the medleys. And then the very special presentation for the Jean Lee Award, which is basically a recognition of the outstanding senior student athlete of the year, one per gender, one male, one female. The applications are sent in by their coaches to the awards committee. And this emulates one of the premier coaches that helped develop swimming to the level that it is in Indiana for many, many years. And just a great mentor in Jean Lee, and honors him. And they will be presenting those awards tonight as well prior to the start of finals.
Finals competition will start at 4:15, so those awards will be prior to that. Into the lead here in this heat after 300 meters is Kayla McCoy from Fisher's area, ahead of Lambo Allman. The 800-meter freestyle fastest suited heats, by the way, will take place after the 200 IM finals. The women will be up first with event 37 for the women in the 200 IM, followed by event 38 the men in the 200 IM. Then the 800 freestyle finals, first with the women and the men fastest seeded heats in the time final. And the rest of the session tonight, the event 41, the women's 100 freestyle finals, followed by the last event of the meet, event 42, the men in the 100 freestyle final.
So you're thinking, okay, this is the last heat of the men right here. They started about 12:30. We know that warm-up started this morning at 9. So coaches and parents and athletes have to all work together to figure out what is the best for the athlete that swims at 12:30, not an athlete who swims at 9 o'clock. So do they come in for a wake-up swim at 9 o'clock and cheer for their teammates throughout the meet, or do you let them sleep in a little bit and use the diving? You know, we have 10-minute breaks in there throughout the day, so the athlete can get some long course warm-up in there and then to finish the rest of their warm-ups in the diving well. So when you are thinking of what kind of facility do you need to be able to host a meet of this caliber, you need great warm-up, warm-down space. There is not enough for the amount of swims that we have in this meet, so that's why you see the 10-minute breaks that are added in there to allow athletes to re-warm up for their next event. They could warm up at 9 and only have the diving well, but maybe there's some in the 100 free. So we put those blocks of 10 minutes in there to keep them loose, to let them re-warm up. They go off the blocks again, and that's all part of the strategy of how they plan out what's needed in a venue and then how we compensate for the venue.
Up 6 laps to go in this race, and look at Lambo Allman in lane 4. He's coming back. He's made a move back on McCoy here for the lead in this heat. He's only about a body length behind now.
And lane number 3 over there is Watkins. He's been steady. I mean, yeah, he's just steady all the way through the race. Good distance per stroke, hasn't changed much, but he's just keeping the nice, good, even pace going the whole time. Now you take a look at, now he's starting to add in a little bit of legs at the end, so you can see him starting to add in a little bit of tempo here on the back half. But he saved, you know, he kind of saved his legs for the closing speed at the end.
Well, we might see a match race here on this final heat of the men's 800 here in this session. Like Tony mentioned, we saw some of those at the end of the 1500 heats. Coming up on 4 laps to go here. We've got pretty much a dead heat here between Allman in 4 and McCoy in 5.
I wonder if they're waiting. I wonder if they're just kind of mirroring each other, wait to see if somebody, who's going to make the move, right? When they make the move, I got to make the move. They sure are looking at each other.
Well, Allman pulling out to about a half a body length lead. Well, he lengthened his advantage here on this 100.
Yep, he made his move, didn't he?
Maybe that was his strategy, was going into that final 200 to make the move, and he has. We'll see if McCoy can answer back here.
We've seen that happen as well. I don't know. Keep an eye on it. Let's see what happens. Ain't over till it's over.
McCoy still looks pretty strong, hanging about a little more than just a little more than a body length behind Allman here. Coming up on the bell lap. There's the bell for your leader, Lambo Allman in lane 4, and Caleb McCoy getting the bell as well in lane 5. 2 laps to go here in the 800.
Oh, they both got closing speed. Watkins hanging in there.
Yep, he gets the bell. Final turn coming up here for your leader in this heat, Lambeau Allman, far end of the pool. So 8:34.95 is going to be the time to beat tonight for our fastest seeded heat, and that time belongs to Joshua Pendleton.
Coach is on the sidelines trying to give him the added extra pop going home. Encouragement. Here they come.
And Lambeau Allman's going to win the final race of this session here. Heat 6 of the men's 800 free and a time of 9:13.57. Second place to McCoy in lane 5, 9:18.62.
Was he 9:13?
19:13.57 for Allman, yeah.
Got the senior champ's cut. It swims.
And Watkins finishing up his race here. 9:41.26 for him.
What did Watkins go? 41?
9:41.26.
Looks like McCoy got the cut as well. Nice job, gentlemen.
So we're going to remind everybody that finals start at 4:15 tonight here at the Councilman Billingsley Aquatic Center, Campus Indiana University, for the final night of this meet. And prior to that, around 4 o'clock, we'll have the announcement of the 2025 Gene Lee Outstanding Senior Student Athletes of the Year, which Tony talked about a few moments ago. We'll also thank a couple sponsors here. Speedo is an official sponsor of the Indiana Swimming LSC and all championship meets. Also, Elsmore Swim Shop. The Elsmore Swim Shop is the official supplier and sponsor of Indiana Swimming and Team Indiana. Today's broadcast brought to you by Indiana Swimming. Indiana Swimming is one of the 59 local swimming committees that make up USA Swimming. Indiana Swimming would like to wish all this weekend's competitors good luck and fast times. Indiana Swimming provides progressive, innovative programs that inspire excellence. That'll wrap up our coverage here of Sunday morning prelims here at the 2025 Indiana Swimming Senior Course Long Course Championship, sponsored by Speedo. We'll talk to you tonight for the final session of this meet at around 4 o'clock. For the Executive Director of Indiana Swimming, Tony Young, I'm Eric Eaton saying so long, everyone, and thanks for watching.